Hi everybody and welcome. My name's Ketchup. I'm joined by Lethal, who's feeling a bit under the weather today, so, you know, our best wishes are with him during this moment. You are watching our latest edition of Quake Pro League. We have 4 matches lined up. All 4 of them are going to be absolute bangers. Harry, how's it going, man? You alright?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. You know, doesn't matter what situation I'm in at the moment. Looking forward to see some great games as always, and every single one should be a close affair.
I hope you've got your tea ready. I know I do. You can't see it. It's just underneath the camera. But before we get into today's games and everything else that's going to be lined up, we kind of do need to recap the last show's action, because it was, in my opinion, possibly the best of the weeklies that we've had throughout all of Pro League. The results were absolutely ridiculous. There were some comebacks, there were some underdog stories. It was a real banger of a week. And I mean, as we can see now, starting things off with the Avec versus Sparty, really kind of just seeing Avec continue that top level form that he always brings forward when, you know, it's time to play. Is so widely considered to be one of the best in the business, and Sparty wasn't quite able to get the job done last time.
Now, sadly, he could not. Avec just doing what he does best and actually winning, well, losing that series to Avec 3-0 at the time. But you're right, though. I think we need to talk about all these series just as a whole. The fact that in our kind of prediction, like the top 3, and I can't believe the 1 week I missed, Ryan, all this happened. The fact that Wenger fell to Maxter 2-1, Razy lost to Kilson 3-0, and finally, for the first time outside of course the stage finals and just Pro League matches only, Rafa lost for the first time in 3 years to Dramus, which is definitely something we did not expect in the slightest.
I love how when it came to Dramus versus Rafa, I mean, if you were looking at the replays of even the final couple of minutes before overtime kicked in, you'd have looked at the scoreline and gone, nah, it's a done deal. You know, another week in the office for Rafa. But that really was like the standout performance. But it's saying a lot considering some of the other results that we had. Maxter in particular, who just looked on fire, and then, of course, finishing things off with Kilson's top-notch finish against Razy. So, I mean, I've been watching some streams since then. Kilson has expressed very much so, I think, his happiness towards the result and how a win was enough for him that week, but getting a 3-0 was like best case scenario. And actually going into this week's games, I think it's set up for one hell of a final match.
Yeah, it's going to potentially determine who's going to be on that top spot on the leaderboard. We know that Kilson still has a game in hand, but in terms of the match later on today, he's the only player in the Quake Pro League so far who hasn't been taken down once yet. So Rafa could be potentially the first person in order to do that.
Yeah, and there's so many players that are always scrimming against each other now. It's great to see, because that level of play just continues to get tighter and tighter and tighter, which is what you want for this kind of series, right? We've got plenty more weeks lined up, you know, on top of the challenges that happens off stream. I know community streams take place for challenges as well, so by all means keep your eyes out on that. I believe we have a decent chunk of people qualified for that already. But let's now talk about this week's action, as we'll be kicking things off with Zeniku versus Nosfer, which is always a fun game to check out. After that, it's going to be Cygib versus Chain. Avec versus Razy is our first featured matchup, and then Kilson and Rafa as that kind of final frontier. Now, Kilson versus Rafa, that very much is the not to diminish the other matches by all means, they're all fantastic, but Kilson and Rafa, I think there's a lot of story going there, because you have Kilson, who has been now the most consistent player, and Rafa, if he's able to get a win on Kilson this time round, I think it's going to kind of return some heads. Because look, we all know what the audience is like, right? The audience can be fickle. You can lose a match and people go, yo, wait a minute. Is this the beginning of the end for this player? But, you know, looking at that leaderboard, it's number 1 versus number 2. And if you're looking at reputation alone, you know, not counting the extra matches, it could be almost in reverse. You know, Kilson could definitely be said to be the strongest player so far in this season. I think that matchup has a lot of eyes on it, Lethal.
It certainly does indeed. I did say earlier that Kilson's the only player to not lose a matchup as of yet, but neither's Maxter. He's still got a few more matches left to play, so we'll definitely keep tabs on him to see exactly what he can do for the rest of the season, because he did take down Benga 2-1. So he definitely got a huge amount of potential, made a large amount of improvements over the course of the next couple of months, and we've still got a few more months left in play here. And you can see how tight-knit it is between all these players. But for Rafa, though, he needs to try and secure that top spot to continue on the pedestal in the top of the table here. But will he be able to do it, though? It's going to be a tough one for him, as Killsen has been looking very, very solid, especially over the last few weeks.
So we now start off the day with Nosfa versus Zenecu. Zenecu is, as we've said many times before, a player that has just continued to grow in just how dangerous he is at the highest level. I can't help but always look back to his humble beginnings in Pro League, where I think his first stage was a little bit rough, kind of finding his footing, getting comfortable against everyone was clearly a long grind, you could say. Whereas we now fast forward even a couple of years, and Zenecu is one of the, I think, most solid players we have in the entirety of Pro League, whether it's against EU players, whether it's against the Americas. He's always looking strong and ready, and has been able to take home some impressive results at the same time. Versus, I think, Nosfa, who has always been of that kind of steady high level. It strongly feels like we are yet to see that major breakout performance from him as of recently. But I think a 2-1 result could definitely still happen here. I just personally think my odds, I think that favours Zenecu, in my opinion.
It does, and I may have to agree with you on that one. With Nosfer, I wasn't really too sure what to expect until week number 5. He had a very slow start, a lot of sloppy plays, and I think he would probably agree that it's not at his peak performance at this stage yet. But week 5, when he took down Avik 2-1, even before that matchup, I was like, where's Nosfer? Like, what have you done with him? Because he was a shadow of his former self. But now he looks very, very good, very strong, back to the way he used to be, and this is a great time for hit against Zenecu. If it was before week 5, I would have said Zenecu probably a 3-0, considering, as you've already spoke about already, with how consistent he's been, just making those improvements, so small adjustments here and there, but it's those small adjustments that accumulates over time, and then hopefully by the time QuakeCon arises, he'll be able to bag one of the top spots. But yeah, seeing what we've seen from Nosfa so far, looking much better, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 2-1 either coming out from Zenecu in terms of predictions here.
The ultimate goal is going to be the finals and making sure you're in shape for that. So any good results you can have in the weeklies will go a long way. On that note, as both players are now starting to join this lobby, we'll look at the picks and bans and find out what the journey of Series 1 is going to be. Starting things off with the Awoken, we have the Athena. Once again, oh my lord, is she becoming popular on some of these maps? And then the Strog for Zenecu, which is a rather safe pick for him. Veil. Afterwards, we have the Sorlag and the Galena. Again, really not going against the grain. We're trying to be nice and consistent. But then finally, Ruins of Sarnath, the clutch is removed. We know Zenecu's been playing a little bit of clutch lately, especially kind of since those changes happened. I think a lot of people were kind of figuring out, okay, well, there's a bit more armor to play with now for clutch, so is there some extra utility here or whatever? And it's been a champion Zenecu's enjoyed muchly. But now Ruins with the Ranger and the Anarchy. So, no heavies to be had with the exception of that second map, Lethal. What do you think?
Well, a scale being banned, I'm not surprised at all in the slightest. I think it's definitely required, especially against someone using the Sorlag, and I think he'd probably assume it was going to come up. But talking about the bans, to stick with the picks and bans a little bit longer here, Nosfa just banning Insomnia. I think that's just more of a map pick he wanted to ban just to keep out his way. He's probably not too keen on it at this stage. And Zenecu, he had a choice, really. For Nosfa, his best map statistically has been Blood Covenant and Awoken. But then again, Zenecu's also very, very good on Awoken. So he probably thought to himself, okay, let's just get rid of Blood Covenant. Let's just play it safe, and I'll just play him at, his own map, potentially. And if Nosfa picks it for him, great, that's fine, because they're both very, very keen on this matchup anyway, by no means necessary. But even going straight to the very end on Ruins, Zenecu, he has his ups and downs with Ruins. Sometimes he can be very consistent. Sometimes he can be very strong when he's got map control. And there's other times where he can be riding the struggle bus just a tad. But I'm glad that he did ban that scale going on to Veil. It can be real troublesome at times, but at least Nosfa with the Sorlag, it's going to do itself justice. Maybe he was assuming that Nosfa may use the Eisen against the Galena. That's a match that we see time and time again to force the Eisen away from that top control and the Tribal and top Mega. But no, instead with the Sorlag, he's got the mobility to take out those totems a little bit quicker to stop him from getting that overstack. And yeah, I kind of feel like the Zenecu, he's made the right choices in terms of the bans he needs. He knew that if he was going to ban Blood Covenant, Nosfa's going to select Awoken anyway, which makes a lot of perfect sense here. So I think it's going to be quite even in terms of how this is going to go out in terms of these map wins.
Tell you what though, Lethal, the highest level of play that we get treated to oh so often here in Pro League, I love how much Athena is kind of transforming some of these maps. You know, you look at maps like Awoken, for example, and you would always think of the Nyx, maybe in Anarchy, but, you know, Doomslayer was always popular. And then here comes all of these pro-level players that are taking possibly the most execution high game. Obviously, you have to weigh out that risk-reward, where her mobility is, in some ways, unmatched. But, good lord, is she a glass cannon if things don't go well. So, we're starting to see so many more players start to master this champion, risks and all. And I guess it kind of fits her character, right? That risk taker, and it fits Nosfer to a T. But when you watch a top level Athena on Awoken, it is frightening because her access to anywhere on the map, it's so hard to challenge. And that's not even talking about just the grapple hook, but it's her sort of ledge jump as well. We see those jumps all the time that are rather effortless that other champions might have to work a little bit harder for. Xenoku, with that kind of immediate speed of the crouch slide, he's going to have to be conscious of where Nosfer is all the time. And it's why we start to see, I think, weapon denial become so key on Awoken, because, you know, someone can be as fast as they want, but at least if you know that you have a key weapon that they don't have, in a lot of cases the rail, there's just an element of control that you have over an almost uncontrollable champion. So I'm going to be kind of looking at Xenoku's point of view when I start this. I don't know whether Spectator will, but I kind of want to see what his first steps will be to contain the uncontainable, you know?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's about abusing that verticality and the speed and especially contention of the items. You're right to a degree we said about Athena, where it's very hit and miss. If you get taken down early and you don't have any kind of item control, even if the light's been eaten up, then yeah, it's extremely tough to kind of come back from. You may lose out on back-to-back frags. In the back of your mind as an Athena player, you may think to yourself you need at least a 4, 5, 6 frag lead in order to not secure the W, but in also to feel that you're in a safe spot to, you know, dilly-dally around a little bit and just play your opponent as they see fit, rather than to back away during those last few moments. But when it comes to picking up the Mega, it can be very crucial. Of course, picking up that Heavy to try and get away from certain death, it's very crucial for the Athena as well. But it's like I said before with the map picks, he was either going to use the Athena on Blood Covenant or he's going to use the Athena on Awoken. I'd rather use it on the Awoken at this point, considering how strong the Athena is on Blood Covenant.
I would rather my Athena's crap.
Well, this is it.
I'd just die, mate. I'd just die straight away. I have a hard enough time with Clutch, you know, loyal to the robots to the end. But it looks like now, Lethal, we're jumping into our first map here as this warm-up will be coming to a close. Xenoku and Nosfer, we kind of did things in reverse here, where we talked about predictions a little bit earlier. I do predict a 2-1 to Xenoku. As 2-1, I feel is like the likely result, weighing these two players up when it comes to skill level in that. But Xenoku, I just have to go with the boy. Like, he's been doing so well recently. You've been watching a lot of his streams, a lot of his scrims, and he's looking rock solid. However, immediately all guns blazing is Nosfer straight through the telly, full speed ahead. The item exchange, and he has been bamboozled off the map. I watched that through Xenoku's point of view. That was a great one.
That was an interesting little scuffle to start the day here, Ryan, I must say. There's not something I even anticipated until now. I thought they would feed each other out a little bit just to kind of understand what plan of action these two have, but instead they just went all out here. Nosfer's taking a bit too much damage. Does get the Heavy, though, in the process. Only available for a small segment of time.
And in that instance,
in a good spot here.
Xenoku was just listening out. He heard the grappling hook. He knows that Nosfer's going towards Heavy, so it was going to be a free Mega pickup, an opportunity to get really healthy, and a brave push up that jump pad. You know, even with the LG in hand, Xenoku knows that if he hits that rail, it's going to at least force Nosfer to retreat, as now the rotation of items continues. Actually knows, you know, the timing on both items is perfectly there. Didn't quite have the angle for the rail. That miss is going to allow for a free uncontested pickup of the Heavy. Xenoku takes the Mega just as a bonus prize, but there's been a large emphasis and reliance on this rail so far. It's going to be that nature against the lights, is that you hit one rail versus any other champion, it's not going to be as pivotal, but with someone like Athena, she's going to be forced to retreat straight away. Xenoku, even 30 damage on that rocket is enough to push forward. Is now 10 seconds on the items. Nosfer goes for something brave, but might live to regret that. A defensive rail to force him away is going to help him, but the immediate turnaround, I don't think Xenoku was expecting that at all.
Zeneku will be able to survive. No, he does not. But at least he burns the heavy for his troubles. Currently down 2-0 here. And the only issue I had with Zeneku in the past, especially a few weeks ago, he was always having trouble contesting this heavy, no matter what opponent he was up against. When he was against Rafa last time, he couldn't get anywhere near the heavy. You would see him pick up 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky throughout the entire duration of this matchup, and that was on multiple maps, not even just this one alone here. So we need to try and see him contest it a little bit better, which I'm sure he'll be able to. Now he's had a few weeks to kind of recuperate and able to try and correct those mistakes, but let's see how it turns out here. Mega is up, that's managed to pick it up here. He is railable as Nosfer looking to try and back away. Isn't going to drop for the light, actually going to come out of position just a tad here. Could get taken by the peak, and 9 HP here, Ryan. And it looks like he may be able to survive. No, it does back away again, but the question is how long for?
With the damage alone, Zeneku is going to have a rough idea over the only places Nosfer can go to lick his wounds. So the immediate rocket spam towards that light health near Telly. I mean, it was such a likely result, but wait a minute! Zeneku tried to go for a nail jump towards where Rail was. It would have put him in a good position for this Mega, immediately getting caught by a Rail, though knocks him off course, looking for a rocket damage, but just can't get it. Zeneku can't get the consistent damage, and it is coming down to that mobility. Nosfer is all over the place, and Zeneku just can't secure him at this point. But thankfully, we've only had 3 minutes on the clock, so there is plenty of time to get the job done. Nosfer going to be playing a smart defensive game at the moment. We'll know that this heavy's going to get taken. The immediate rails, they've been so important to just keep Zeneku a little bit on his toes, a little bit nervous perhaps to push forward. He has got time to wait, and now full control for the Strogan Pika. The rail that Nosfer not looking in that direction at all. I feel like they've both kind of caught each other by surprise a fair few times. The nature of the champions, I'm sure, but it has resulted in some interesting fights, and there we go again. Nosfer goes down.
I think he felt he was a little bit surprised. But he was just hanging up there on 10 HP with a light, just hoping that maybe Zeneku would just dive on straight past him. But Zeneku just checking his angles, making sure he has everything checked out here. But just waiting to see if he rotates around, but does take a rail for his troubles. Both of them almost on equal stand. Not until Zeneku picks up that Mega. He's going to hit towards the LG again. Finds him, hits the first one, which is so vital here. Trying to push him with the peak. He gets a little bit of done going towards the other side here, but instead, even though Zeneku makes the wrong move, or the wrong read rather, at least that way he's in position about the heavy. And this is what I said before, he needs to try and contest these heavies a lot better compared to what we saw a few weeks ago, and it seems to be the fact that he has been able to do just that there. Good rail though from Nosfer, still trying to tackle on, just hides on the literally the edge of that Mega jump pad and tie things up.
Wasn't particularly sure if getting knocked on there was intentional, but he definitely, you know, when life gives you lemons and all that.
We'll take it.
I mean, a lot of his hitbox was probably protected from that angle. Nosfer picks up that light, but immediately eats a rail for his troubles. A kamikaze as well. Bonus damage, more for the information, the scanning afterwards as Zeneku. He smells blood. Can Nosfer escape? Oh, he does! Just about! All right, hang on a minute. That is going to take a little bit of time now. I'm not going to be as comfortable. The pushback on the Mega, though, I'm not sure about that. Was Nosfer perhaps expecting Zeneku to be somewhere else?
Maybe.
He had so much health.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, but decided to just double back anyway and just re-round around the LG area. But Zeneku, you know, does continue to pick up these heavies, but the problem is he's taking these back-to-back defensive rails from Nosfer here, one of his own here. They're both railable. Zeneku's the one who takes the risk. Risk paid off.
Nosfer put Zeneku in such a tricky position. Zeneku sticking there, and the faith in the man's rails reigns supreme. And oh no, Nosfer, you've just spawned. You've got nothing. If you miss the rail, you're going to be a done deal, and Zeneku knows it. Ugh. When you get that kind of situation where you know your opponent's just spawned and they've got no weapons and they miss the shot, it's like, it's feasting time.
And it's going to continue to be that way. I think, Ryan, look at the stack difference. And we mentioned before with the Athena, if you're on the back foot, you may have to take some of these back-to-back trades here, even though he's gone for the Mega a little bit too early. But you can see wanting to do that just to at least add a little bit of pressure. The problem is, I don't think he expects him to be that aggressive towards that Mega area. Zeneku has him trapped, realizes that he's gone back all the way around. It's a matter of how Zeneku wants to try and make this push. But you've got to remember, Zeneku's done a lot of damage across the board, but Nosfer's just kept Zeneku at bay with the damage of his own. 3.5 minutes left. Definitely not out of the realms of possibility here to try and come back in this matchup, especially with the rails coming out from Nosfer here, but Zeneku's been almost equally as good.
Yeah, their rail accuracy has been almost completely even. 52 versus 45 doesn't sound like much, but I think when you look at how many rails both of these gents have fired, it goes a long way. But the reality is, Xenoku has had more control over these items. There goes the rocket as well. That when these rail trades are happening, it's just so often more advantageous to Xenoku because he has more to work with. Oh my good lord, Nosfer! Cannot deny the mega. And Xenoku was kind of he's stuck to his guns here. There's been a massive reliance on the rail to open these fights. And truly, even though the aim was not 100% in the opening few minutes, he kind of just realized, I just need to stick at what I'm doing and start hitting the shots. Layer 1 analysis, I know, but now Xenoku is starting to get the damage on deck. It is becoming so much harder, and there's the two-piece combo. He's weak! Would have got another kill. Nosfer is able to get a rail at the very least. And okay, wait a minute. We saw a similar comeback last time. Two different players, sure, but if it's awoken and there's a few minutes left to go, I ain't gonna doubt it until the job is done. Speaking of which, Nosfer picks up another one.
Oh, as if he took it by surprise on that choke point as well. It's Xenoku just made the assumption he's going to rotate all the way back around. It's good first round from Nosfer. This continue hitting me. He's made the peak. Has already done way too much damage. So now for Nosfer, he's still got to try and find 4 frags in the next minute 50. Will he be able to do it though? Yes, but at the same time though, look at the stack difference between Xenoku and Nosfer right now. It's going to be a very, very tough road here for Nosfer, and you can see from the item control as well, 24 items for Xenoku, only 8 for Nosfer here. But even with the real percentages though, 57 for Nosfer, 47 for Xenoku, so that's the only thing which has been keeping Nosfer in this matchup to a certain degree. Only problem is now though, we could be asking a little bit too much here from Nosfer. It's now just trying to push up onto him if he can. He can dive in if he wants to go for the trade, considering the stack advantage he has. It's just a matter of how he wants to try and secure that ninth frag.
Xenoku's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's not letting up by any stretch. He's maintaining control of the items. Even stuff here, he's trying to look for the correct spawn in this instance. He's just keeping the pressure on. He's continuing to cycle the items, and in this position, like, yeah, I know mathematically Nosfer does not have time to win this map anymore, but when there was 2.5 minutes left to go, we saw that kind of pivotal frag with the Pika coming up by the heavy that stopped any chance of a comeback that would have existed. And Xenoku is just being a bit of a bully at the end of this map, because that's how you keep someone behind. That's going to be a first map win here for Xenoku. I had a bit of a rough couple of minutes, but he immediately turned things around, and then really control was the aim of the game. Control, landing those magical rails, and gotta be said, some phenomenal use of the Pika. It just put that pressure on so much harder, where Nosfer, you want to escape, and the option isn't even there. If it's not the damage or the kamikaze, it's that temporary scan. I mean, it's the gift that keeps on giving, Lethal.
Certainly is indeed. Nosfer had some great defensive rails across the board, just to keep the pressure away from himself, from Xenoku, considering the amount of item control he had. But, you know, that's the story, really. It's just the item control. 30 items compared to the 8 of Nosfer. Not something you normally see every day. It's nice to see that Nosfer's been able to do a much better job with the item control and actually make good use of it as well. There's been times where, when he's got a huge stack, he doesn't make great use of it across the board, but it seems to be a lot more aggressive and taking those chances as he sees fit, which is what I wanted to see from him a few weeks ago, but now it looks much, much better indeed.
Control and stack was the aim of the game. It's reflected in the endgame stats how Nosfer actually ended up with more damage than Xenoku, but Xenoku's shots were more pivotal because it is just that nature of light versus not light. You know, we talked about it earlier, and I think it's always something that gets discussed, is that they're harder to hit, they're a lot faster, they're more mobile, often, some champions, maybe not so much on some maps, I guess it depends. But ultimately, we saw so many chances there where they both clash heads, a decent stack to work with, they both hit a rail, Nosfer is immediately forced to retreat, and before he's even had that chance, how many times did Xenoku just immediately launch the Pika? And then if you wanted to escape, you can't even do it. You know, right there, that Pika off the spawn where all you've got is a rail and you missed the shot. Ugh, not much you can do about that one. But Xenoku just continued to powerhouse his way through that entire map. Things are going to get a little bit different now, though, because the stack advantage goes the opposite way. It's going to be the Vale as our next destination. Xenoku's picking the Galena, and Nosfer is rocking the Sorlag, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it certainly will do indeed. We know that Xenoku used to love his heavy champions, and he loved his beefy boys across the server no matter what map it was on, so I'm sure he'll figure out ways on how to counteract them as well. If you just missed it, there you go. 11-4 was the map scoreline between Zenecu and Nosfer here, but just look at it, the damage zone. This is what I was talking about from Nosfer. 52%, just over 2100 damage with the rail, and it was his defensive rails and awareness which kept him in that matchup. If it was not for that, it would have been 16-17-1, something ridiculous like that. And you saw from there, Zenecu just piling on the pressure, suffocating his opponent, just cornering him on one side of the map or the other every single time, just flipping the map back and forth. And we said it before the map started, if for Athena it all goes wrong at the beginning, then there's going to be some, cause for concern here. And Zenecu, the only problems I had with him really is the fact that he struggled to pick up them heavy the first few minutes, but that's just me picking at strings really. It's just, just nitpicking at a few areas of his gameplay. But he knew that anyway. It was just put in a tough situation at times in order to try and contest that heavy, but then straight afterwards, 30 items to 8, you can't complain with that at all in the slightest here. So we need to see a bit more of that, especially in this matchup, as you said, with the Sorlag versus the Galena. And for Nosfer, he's going to be happy about that in terms of the champion picks. If it was the Eisen, probably not too happy, and the fact has to force himself out of those good situations, those good positions on the high ground. But now with the Sorlag, he can teeter around, he can use that mobility to stop that overstack if he can, depending on where the terms are going to be placed, mainly in the rail room as we normally see it here, just to force him down below. And then we see it here, Vale would be the second map, and then it will go to the final map, which will be on Ruins for the Ranger versus the Anarchy, another explosive matchup.
Both players just went for a client restart, so they're good to go, and we should be jumping into Vale in due time. But I think one final note to point out about Awoken was mobility was the #1 ally in the first few minutes there for Nosfer. I started the map watching it through Zenecu's point of view, and there were a couple of instances where Nosfer's sheer constant repositioning was kind of doing a number on Zenecu. He'd go for an item, Zenecu would push forward, Nosfer would immediately back the exact same way, catch him by surprise once or twice, and that's kind of where that early lead began. And then the moment that happened, Zenecu started to put a lot less emphasis on just constantly chasing, and he started just sitting there and listening out. Started to realize that this guy is running rings around me with more mobility than I could ever dream of, even though I'm playing as Strog. He started to be a lot kind of slower paced with those initial fights, just sticking his ear to the ground and listening. And that gave him so much more, I think, focus on what his next play should be, that he almost never got surprised like that again for the remainder of the map. There's a similar element to it on Vale. It's a lot more vertical. It's a lot more about just controlling that higher ground with an iron fist, right? But, as it will be Zenecu and Nosfer, the Vale of Nath, where I'm still not sure if I'm saying that right. I'm sure there's a loading screen thing that says Nath is pronounced Noth, and I'm not sure if that was a direct thing at, hey guys, you gotta stop calling it Nath. It's Noth. Can someone please confirm that to me? Sync, can you, if you're listening right now, can you? I don't want to get it wrong. If I've been getting it wrong, I've been getting it wrong for 2 years, and I feel really bad. But let's now jump on. 20 seconds in, looking at things from Nosfer's point of view, and a fight has already broken out.
It's alright, I used to call Sorlag Snorlag, so, each to their own really, when it comes to mistakes like that. So, you don't have to, that's probably worse actually, but when it comes to the name Vale, it's why I just say Vale. I think it's safe. I don't need to mention the whole name just in case. Yeah,
but the whole name sounds so cool, Harry. It sounds so cool.
I know, mate.
It's like my favourite map, the Church of Azathoth. Bro, that's a cool name, dude. That's a cool name. I might have said that wrong as well, actually, for all I know. Anyway.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying it any more than that came back.
You know what is happening, though, is that immediate higher ground controlled by Galena, something we've seen so many times over and over. And that Eternal Totem, 2 of them, in fact, cleared out there by Nosfer, pushes his way towards Mega. Not a bad little exchange then, as he's able to take some important items away, he's able to take away those totems, and it forces Zenecu down near where he's likely going to try and use those hourglasses, and maybe Nosfer a bit wise to it. He's listening. Look at where he's looking right now. He knows exactly where his opponent is. He's just trying to control this half. Keep that health away from Galena at all costs.
For Zenecu now, it's all about keeping his distance. He's able to do that for now, but the problem is just taking a chunk of damage from that last rocket, and of course Zenecu trying to back away if he can. Done a lot of rail damage here. A little bit of a shock to the system. Both players will trade out the items. Good reason for the rockets as well. We could pin him here if he tried to take him down with that rail, but Zenecu comes back with one of his own. Lovely stuff if I'm Zenecu. Coming back in with first little LG scuffle here, but misses a couple of rockets here. Zenecu gonna back away once again. 40 HP, but could be okay to get out of here.
Up until that final exchange. Xenoku was 4 for 4 on the rails in that point. A bit early, actually, using the rocket jump through the teleporter. Normally, we do see that immediately to kind of like fly by and steal the item, but there was still a few seconds to work with there. And it is going to result in a 1-1 situation. What I was going to say before that, though, is that Xenoku had hit perfect rails. And you can just see the difference, right? If you have reliance on rails, the difference between hitting those shots and not. So much space is given up. And now, actually, it will be Nosfa pushing forward instead with a rail in hand, swapping to LG. But in doing so, actually, does give a little bit up. An opportunity for Xenoku to get damage! The two-piece combo! Shutting down that rail cooldown. God! Feels so bad, and now if Xenoku dies, he did take away the heavy, so it is going to stabilize. But actually, no. Man lives to fight another day. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I was going to say, at least he's burned the heavy and done one tick of rail damage. Xenoku just running his... Oh, good rocket as well. Doesn't the initial rail, but he's already done enough already just to keep Nosfa dancing for dear life around that rocket area. He's got the overstack as well here. Right, 60 again, back it away once more, just waiting for this heavy. Once he picks this up, we damn well know that Xenoku's going to be on the warpath here to try and collect that third frag going into this matchup here, and already got the information he needs from that last totem taken down. The split's going to give Nosfa a bit of breathing room here, but it's actually not done too bad in terms of his stack, gone back to default, not after that last rail shot. Xenoku's tanked one, but he's not going to care about that at all in the slightest, just waiting for Nosfa to make the first move. Finds it, lovely direct there, just to shut things down.
That was a bit of a tragic situation for Nosfa because, yes, on one hand, was able to take out that final totem that was there. At that point, though, Xenoku had got himself so much stack, and that totem was so individually out on its own that you can't really spam there to get it to the same effect as other totems. It was so obvious where Nosfa was on the map that Xenoku just picked up the item and then ran straight there. And of course, the 100 damage rocket was just the cherry on top, but information above all else is now the spam and denial. That is not going to be a heavy that Nosfa can contest unless he gets a rail. Does land it, kind of just in time, actually. I think a few frames before that might have been a dead Xenoku, but onward and upward.
Ooh, taking a fair amount of rocket damage there. Little rail standoff on the bottom of the LG stairs, but look at the stack difference now. Nosfa, after picking up that mega, heavy's up in the next 10. Xenoku's debating whether to see what position Nosfa's going to take. Xenoku's still got an angle though. He's not going to go for it, but is at least going to try and get the rail before he picks that up. But the problem is he doesn't. Nosfa stacked to the eyeballs here, and this is going to be a window of opportunity now for Nosfa to try and shut Xenoku down if he can. But I like this from Xenoku, just keeping his distance, keeping his prey at bay, and waiting for the first move to come out from Nosfa. We know it's going to be an aggressive one, and you can see, look, just making the assumption that Xenoku's around that rail area, but he's not. We'll find him from that tri-bolt though. Luckily misses out on that first rail, but hits one of his own, misses the second, but that's going to be okay. He's already done enough damage to at least even out the stack ever so slightly, and still has a totem in his back, so his back pocket also. Just trying to see if he can at least get a little bit more damage with those rockets in hands. Megs up the next few seconds. Will he even try in the 10th foot here? Rocket jumps up. Good little bit of LG damage here, but he may have to just give up on this mega, which he has done. And the thing is though for Nosfa, oh, another good rail again from Xenoku. Look
still railable,
which he has done. Will he go for the third? Nope, Nosfa backs away straight away. Perfectly understandable.
This defensive play from Xenoku has been unbelievable, and actually working for those 2 minutes towards at least taking one of those items. It's going to stop that push from Nosfa. Finds a rail out of his backside by the looks of things. But in this position, that defensive couple of minutes was phenomenal. There was so much space always. The defensive angles were very different to if he was in any other position. Even down near Tribolt, you know, looking at the teleporter, jumping down near where Heavy was, there was always some kind of plan B, some kind of escape. The fact that he survived is unbelievable. But now the control is actually starting to get severely into his favor. But he's the one in the lead too. You know, he's the one that's already in charge of the map. The one with the lead, forcing Nosfa have to make these plays, and the rails at this point just refuse to miss. Apart from that one. What's up with commentators, Curse Lethal? I can't believe it.
I don't know. I wouldn't even ask me at this point. It's another rail comes up for Xenoku, 2 for 2. Lovely stuff. Again, extends his lead 4-1. And we have to go back to what we saw a couple of minutes ago, but before we say that, the LG comes out. Lovely LG from Xenoku. He's got the totem to at least extend his life insurance in that little scuffle, but Nosfa, rightly so, does back away. But we have to go back to it though. The stack advantage Nosfa had, I kind of feel like at this stage, Nosfa's got his offensive balance is kind of off key. Like he's pushing when he shouldn't, and when he should push, he doesn't. Does that make sense? It just seems a little bit off key with some of the attempts he makes. And I don't know if it's because he's trying to play a little bit too clever or he's just trying to be a little bit too methodical, but sometimes it's just all about just simple as effective and just drop down and just try and make these plays as you see fit. But then again, at the same time, as you rightly said, Zeniku's doing a great job just in terms of his defensive posture, just getting the right angles and always being out of range, just doing a great job just picking away at Nosfa's stack.
Yeah, the LG push near heavy seemed a little bit spontaneous. I feel like that kind of push would not have happened earlier on if there was more time to kind of play around with, but because we have got 2.5 minutes or so, maybe a hint of desperation, perhaps. Zeniku, the management of the totems has been so strong that he's always got just the right amount of stack he needs to survive. Not necessarily get the frag, but get away. And by getting away, sets himself up for another rail angle where he's constantly hitting those key shots to keep Nosfa at bay. And in some cases actually just secure himself a frag. There's another defensive rail. Getting rid of all of it! Here's the death scream. Knows that Sorlag is at death's door and takes full advantage. Zeniku has just been playing around Nosfa's aggression so perfectly throughout this series. We saw the same thing on Awoken. And this is going to result at this stage. I don't see a comeback happening. Not this late. Not with a minute and a half left to go. This has got to be a 2-0 for Zeniku at least.
Yeah, for a minute 20 left. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but it's like I mentioned before, if he just abused that mobility a little bit more and the speed with the stack he had, we could be seeing a completely different story here for Nosfa, taking again a little bit of damage. But it's like I said before, again, great combo from Zeniku. Just keeping his distance, just keeping the range. I think it's just a bit of both, really, from Zeniku and Nosfa. There's times when Nosfa has tried to push in, but Zeniku's just been out of the realms of possibility, but he may get a frag here, but after picking up that Mega, maybe a little bit of a concern here. Now Zeniku does back away, but as you rightly mentioned here, Ryan, only 35 seconds left until after that, all that as well. 8-1, 30 seconds left. You're right, though, it is going to be 2-0 going into the third round.
Zeniku has been in so many positions where most players would just die. But his management of the totems and saving it for when he absolutely needs it. Now, there's always two kinds of Galena players. There's those that use the totem as a last-minute kind of top-up. I think the matchup will change the utility a little bit, though, because if you are going against a Sorlag, if you are going against a Death Knight, someone that has kind of access to damage over time, stuff that can cause a bleed almost, that totem becomes so much more important to use to nullify that kind of exchange than just using it to constantly shut down. You know, Zeniku, when he had constant stack and he had constant control, those totems were being used, you know, round corners, preemptively. There were a couple of instances where he had the overstack, all 3 totems were on the map, great. But then the more the map started to go forward, that totem was absolutely being saved for when the fights were happening, if there was no other health nearby, if you needed to stop the spit damage perhaps. It just makes it so much harder for Nosfat to actually make a comeback, because now you're dealing with someone who is saving the totem, because they're already controlling loads of the map anyway. They're saving that utility to heal in a position where any other champion probably would have gone down of that weight class. So I think that was just perfect mid-match adjustments from Zeniku, knowing that he already had a strong lead, and we've got to give those shout-outs to Rails once again. I mean, like, the rail was key to securing so many of those initial frags on Nosfa, because bam, you know, 1 or 2 back-to-back. What does Nosfa do in that situation?
Not much at all here, and you're right, though. Very, very strong adaptation from Zeniku from the get-go, using that tri-belt to feed himself info, using the rails to try and stop Nosfa in his tracks. If it did try to make some kind of aggressive push, we didn't really see a lot of. And when we did, again, he was just a little bit out of range, so we saw that time and time again. And in terms of hit percentage, though, 57 for Nosfa and 53 coming out there from the side of Nosfa on the other side. But in terms of item control, I can't remember what it was from the top of my head. I think it was 21-16 in favor of Zeniku there. And considering what we saw, there was a couple of moments where for Nosfa's stack and what he had, and considering the verticality of the situation and positions he had, we were like, okay, we should get a second here, we should get a third at some point, maybe get back to back and then go from there. didn't even get one, and that's where it was a bit of a question mark for a lot of us, thinking like, what on earth's going on in terms of some of the pushes he makes, or we could say lack of pushes, which we were really wanted to see or desperate to see. He desperately required it time and time again, but we need to see something a little bit more different, especially on a map like Ruins, because you can't really make some of these stalemated plays, especially when you've got a stack like that.
I think if there was one map where there was a good chance of Nosfer being able to kind of get that one win if he needs it, because every map counts, even though it's a 2-0 to Zenecu right now.
Yeah.
A 2-1 is a lot better than a 3-0. Every win giving you some kind of reward. Like, you always have to play your best, right? Ruins, not necessarily the map, but the champion in particular has me thinking that this could be Nosfer's opportunity to at least get a map on the board, because Zenecu has, I think, put a lot of faith in himself with this pick. Maybe would be feeling a bit more not so sure about it if the other maps weren't going his way, but he's had such good positioning, such good control, and importantly for Ruins, his rail has been the key of his entire game plan throughout this series. You need to have all of those things on lock if you're going to pick a light champion on Ruins anyway. Mostly because those light armors, they are some of the more out of the way that you can pick up. We say it all the time because it really is important when it comes to shutting down light champions, because if they can't get those, what do? And if they want them, they always have to risk a rail. The rail is the big thing that you have to think about. But if Zenecu is able to have control early, is able to use his injection to either move around nice and fast in certain situations, but kind of similar to how he played Galena, maybe just saving it to give himself that top up to kind of compete with the medium champion. I think that with how this series has gone so far, Zenecu has put himself in the best position for this pick to work. Anyway, Harry, take it away, mate. Sorry, I'm talking a lot today. I haven't been here in a while, and it's good to be back. I missed everyone. Lethal.
I'll be honest, I was just sitting there chilling, just soaking up everything you were saying, but you were right with a lot of the bits you said. And going to this matchup as well, normally with Ruins, you always see someone like an Eisen with the turret for the heavy, or using the Galena, especially with the totems to scatter around, especially around the heavy win. We've seen quite a lot from a few of these players, but we're not going to see any of that. It's going to be a bloodbath dropping down for that heavy time and time again. There's a lot of scuffles to be had, I feel like, here, Ryan, now as we're going into third and final map, as Zenecu's coming up 2-0 in the series. We can see what could be done. There's a lot of trade potential for Nosfer here if he does get taken down with the Ranger, and also at the same time in a good position to try and get back-to-back frags if he is behind or does want to extend his lead. Depends how you see it already, but good LG damage early on from Zenecu, catching him whilst he was picking up an LG of his own. Zenecu now, though, down to 95 HP. Realises that Nosfer's already backed away, picks up the light and uses the inject just to see if he could try and put up a good fight against the heavy, but just a little too late on the heavy jump pad here. So decides just to safely secure the Mega. We'll pick up the light momentarily, but just try and rejuvenate the inject once again. But still, only a minute has passed, and this is more of a slower paced matchup we expected, but here we go. The rails are back in action here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think that first exchange near heavy, you could clearly see that it was so much more important for Zenecu to pick up those hourglasses instead, right? Why risk making the push? He's going to be down there. The Mega's up anyway. I can just back up and take it. Speaking of which, heavy has been picked up now. The positioning for Zenecu on... Ooh! Nosfer was looking for a cheeky potential double take there with the orb, one of the great uses of it. And I love that positioning from Nosfer. He knows that Zenecu's going to go for the light, but actually doesn't get the damage. So although he had the right call out, just didn't get the fight in his favor. Zenecu, he's going to be experienced and playing in all kinds of servers. I was going to point this out. It's worth noting this is an NA server, so this is going to be one that's a bit better for Zenecu. Sorry, Nosfer. I was going to say Zenecu has played on so many different servers because of, the history of playing in the Americas beforehand in the last season. I don't think it's going to be too much of a detriment to him, to be honest with you. I think he's going to be comfortable no matter what. He's one of the players that's more experienced playing on those higher pings. Maxter comes to mind as well.
I suppose especially, running down from Australia, he's had a ton of experience, especially with a lot of the high ping matches he had to back then. I'm sure he's quite happy not to deal with 200 plus ping every single game, especially going into this matchup here. Nosfer's still quite weak whilst Zenecu picks up the light. Mega though will go in the hands of Zenecu. Heavy was picked up 7 seconds ago. Items are a little bit segregated, so I have to see how this will change things up here. But one more rail should do it here for Zenecu, just biding his time, just Ferrari peeking just a tad around that nail courtyard, but he's going to be pretty damn pleased about that. This rail, or this heavy rubber's not going to be free, And saying that, though, we'll get a free frag behind it straight afterwards, though. Look at the stack here. This is not looking too good for Nosfer. Mega's come up in the next couple of seconds. And yeah, Zeniku's playground right now.
It's the exact start you would need with this kind of choice. You know, the Anarchy is going to be a bit more volatile always. Gets a perfect call there. The jump pad, Nosfer, even though the ledge grab's in full effect, I mean, you're still going to be a sitting duck against players that have accuracy like this. And actually, in this instance, Zeniku has been able to turn things around. He was able to get so much damage in most of these exchanges near heavy that I don't think he was too heartbroken about Nosfer picking it up, because Zeniku was never able to be in a situation where he can't take at least something for his troubles. Speaking of which, the injection is ready. Mega does get stolen away. There goes the inject. Just survive at least one more rail. They don't hit any more of those shots, though, so it's going to be a bit of a stalemate. However, who's going to be the first to pick up that key bit of utility? Looks like Nosfer's going to pick up one light. Zeniku, knowing how fragile he is, has got to get out of there.
Yeah, it wasn't 100% in terms of the stack Nosfer had, but he did know that there was a good chance it's going to be as equal as anything, so didn't want to take that risk, as you rightly said. Backing away. Mega's coming up any second now. It's a very vital rail, and this could be a small window of opportunity here again for Zeniku to try re-rotate round, see if he can catch Nosfer off guard here, but won't at the time.
Hey, look, I know that Ruins is a rail-heavy map, Lethal, but 23 rails have been fired from Zeniku, and he's hit 60%.
It's just
and it just continues to climb. There's been such emphasis on his rail the entire time, and ooh, that was a cute one. Ooh, that was a bonus. Why not? We'll take it, but oh dear, hang on a minute, Nosfer hiding. Wait, no.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. And playing hide and seek, but he got there in the end, even with his back to him.
Oh, there he is. He wasn't even moving. He was just, I'm just going to see how long it takes him to find me, to be honest.
I think he was thinking the same.
Oh, good lord.
Heavy's coming in the next second anyway, though. Does have injects in his back pocket, but from the rails we've seen so far from Zeniku, it's just not sopping, is it, Ryan, at this stage here? The stack advantage, massive, monumental, compared to what we have from Nosfer. Nosfer will have the job to use soon enough, but you know, he'd take that last rail. Mega will be picked up. Heavy's up in the next 10. This is perfect position in a perfect world here for Zeniku so far. The problem is he needs to be careful with the amount of chip damage he's taken here from Nosfer. 5 minutes left. It's a get away. Good rail shot coming out from the likes of Nosfer, but again, picks up the heavy, has the injects added to account. Still has the mobility to boot if he does want to try and get away or slow things down, just to make things a little bit tougher in order to try and execute any kind of frags for Nosfer here. But yeah, just running that struggle bus once again.
Zeniku has played the matchup perfectly. Even when he got railed just then, I don't think he really cares, because he's near armor, he's got himself the inject, he knows exactly when the Mega's going to spawn. That two-piece means, oh, without an orb, Nosfer, how are you going to survive this one? You're forced to retreat. You know that your opponent's just picked up the heavy. You've got to play so carefully here. But at the same time, you got to try and stop these items from getting taken. So this is going to be a scary game to play. Bit of a potential distract with the orb. Not that it really worked, but he still was able to hit the rails at the very least. And he's taken away a key item. So 4 minutes on the clock. He needs to get 4 frags to equalize. I'm not going to say it's over just yet. There is time to make it work. And against this light, he just needs to get a couple of good sequences here.
Yeah, I'm going to give it at least a couple more minutes. Nosfer's still got a massive stack, so this is where we've got to try and find out what he can do here. Nice bit of damage here. Does 90 of the nails waiting for him to come out from the TP. Zeniku just standing his ground. Does have the advantage in terms of his positioning, but the problem is now after that last rail hit, he needs to be so careful. But with the LG coming up from Nosfer, great stuff. Just to better be safe and sorry rather than trying to hit that next rail shot. 3 minutes 20 left. Heavy's come up in the next second also hit. And this is a great position here for Nosfer. Remember, with that starting stack, even though that orb didn't really help out, the starting stack for Zeniku could bite him in the backside if you can try and keep him on spawn over those dying minute or two.
That is a unfortunate time to not have an orb in hand, though, because that's really going to transform any potential fight. You know, if Zeniku does try and use his inject to get around, then that orb's going to somewhat stop it. And unfortunately now, by securing a frag like that, and the fact that Mega is up top, right, Zeniku's the one that's in position for it, I do worry that that one frag has kind of slipped the chance of winning this map away from poor old Nosfer, who has played well, but I just think that Zeniku has been more airtight. You know, he's had the better accuracy, he's had the better control, he's made the better reads too. He's just kind of, there you go. a trade, and that trade favors the person in the lead, my friend. Here we go for the last 2.5 minutes. Zenecu extremely likely to finish this off with a 3-0. Not the expected result from me, I will admit. I did think a 2-1 was likely, but Zenecu has brought his A game today.
Yeah, it certainly has done. Still needs to find 3 frags, which is definitely possible with the back-to-back frags it can get on spawn. Oh, that was so important to just add a little bit more extra damage there onto Nosfer. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher now, especially with a couple minutes left to go. And the mobility on the back of Zenecu is going to help himself massively. It's yeah, a little bit unfortunate. But when you were saying he was playing airtight, completely agree. I think he's left very little room for error and not really much for Nosfer to try. Oh, that was a little bit of a dicey play there. Needs to try and clean this up. Great route to clean that up. At least he have a little bit of style points if he does lose his third and final map. But it gets too heavy here, Ryan. So again, the opportunity to try and come back is there.
It's going to be tricky though, Lethal, because I mean, just looking at the spawns alone, Zenecu spawned right next to Mega. So you know you're going to have to deal with more stack, even if it is a light. Unfortunately, that turnaround happened as well, which puts Zenecu in a good situation once again. And he's going to just continue, I think, now to play that defensive game. You know, this is that so common point of Ruins where someone with the higher mobility knows they have the lead, and they'll kind of stick to certain areas just to make sure they're hard to follow. I don't know if he's going to go down into the staircase. I think he'd much rather just keep this control going. But I feel like this is going to be a done deal and a GG with the way things are currently going. The rails don't hit their mark, unfortunately, so maybe from the smallest of the small chance, that could have been an opening, but now that miss happened, I'm not so sure. Nosfer forced to go back. Happy to take the rail because you've got life left to punish him, and that's it. GG's as Zenecu takes this 3-0 over Nosfer. I think this is just a sign of Zenecu's ability to continue being nice and consistent here in the Pro League. He's come a long way. And how high will his skill ceiling reach? That's the question. I'm curious to see how far he can go.
Yeah, it's just, I kind of feel like there's just one more barrier for him to break through in terms of that skill ceiling in order to then be able to, you know, try and be more consistent against the likes of Razy, the Raffers, you know, these household names who normally consistently get top 2, top 3. But that's going to be it, though. As you rightly said, it's going to be all done and dusted. It will be a 3-0 in favour of Zenecu, as we did think it was going to be a 2-1. We sure made the assumption that Nosfer has shown a little bit of life there. And you can see 56% accuracy for Zenecu with around 48% for Nosfer. And 100 shots was fired total there, Ryan. 100. Very well heavy game. Not just that map, but basically all 3 maps alone.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the end game stats for Zenecu's rail in all 3 of those maps, not necessarily the accuracy even, but the damage dealt. You kind of have it written down purely on paper what his main game plan always tends to be when he's able to pull it off, is just that constant chipping away piece by piece, whether he's dealing with a smaller champion, whether he's dealing with someone with more stack than him. I think that going into that second map on Vale, the Galena was such a good choice because it meant that even if he was against a larger champion, he has got that utility to constantly contest. And how many fights were happening where I feel like if it wasn't for the utility of totems, Zenecu probably would have died because he didn't have the stack to compete. So the game plan worked to perfection in all 3 maps. This was a really good day for him, and congratulations. Unfortunate for Nosfer though. You know, no one likes to take a 3-0 defeat, but I think that with these kind of weeklies, when opponents are starting to get as good as they are, you just reach a point where you just got to constantly climb. I think Nosfer was, I kind of saw a little bit of pre-game chat where he got his NA server at the end, and it felt like that might have given him a bit more of a confidence, perhaps, I guess we'll say. But I think you're going up against Zenecu, who's used to playing in all kinds of ping. I just don't know if that would even count as an advantage.
Yeah, he's in the same boat as Nosfer, really. You know, back when he was in Australia, you know, he's used to playing on these very high ping matches, and to him, it doesn't really matter at this point now. You know, he's so used to what he has to deal with. All these pro players really have to. But it is going to be a 3-0 here for Zenecu, as you can rightly see. But that's been the story of Zenecu's life, really, in the Pro League this season. He's either been getting 3-0'd or he's just been 3-0'ing whoever's been coming up against. We haven't really seen it go back and forth for him, but that's more due to the fact that he's had some pretty damn strong opponents coming up to his matchup here. But most of them have already, you know, that's pretty much done it. So it should be smooth sailing for the, you know, the majority of the course of the Pro League here for Zenecu. He's going to try and keep up with those 3-0s in his favour, of course, going forward.
it feels like when you're in that window of either getting 3-0'd or securing 3-0s, that is all the proof that you need, that you're right in that kind of limbo, perhaps, where the highest of the highest caliber of player is just there on the horizon, and there are other players that you're going to be very, very comfortable for. So that historically has been a player that is just on the brink of pushing that next level up. And, you know, as we continue through the course of this season, I'd love to see those wins continue. So a good result there to kick off our first series of the day. Our second one is getting prepared as we speak. On that note, we're going to jump into a quick break. So grab a cup of tea or whatever you're going to do. I'll see you there in about, I don't know how many minutes. We'll be back in a bit. I don't know about you folks, but I feel like this next matchup is going to be a bit of a classic one, as it's going to be Cygib going head-to-head versus Chain. I want to welcome everyone back to our latest edition of Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by Lethal. I have lost count how many times I've seen Chain and Cygib head off, whether I've just watched them play in 2v2s, the constant countless 1v1s they've had. I feel like they're two players that know each other really well, and that can often equate to fantastic duels. What do you think?
Yeah, I do agree to a certain extent of that, and I do also feel that one of these guys needs a series win. They haven't got one series win on their back as of yet, but finally, well, yeah, absolutely. This time round, finally one of them will be able to go up on that pedestal a little bit and try and rise up on the leaderboard if they can. But it's been two different stories though, really. Cygib, he's been taking a lot of maps, but just not been closing out the series. Chain, though, he's only won one map so far this season, so it's not really, could it tell the tale? We don't know. We'll have to see going into it here. I think in terms of map choices, which we'll see in a little bit, it's going to definitely heavily determine that to see exactly how we're going to go forward. But it's nice to see that how Cygib's been performing. He's been performing it a lot better on the smaller map geometry compared to what we saw on the larger ones. So I think Chain's definitely going to take note of that to maybe to try and avoid some of his maps here and there. But again, you know, this is going to be a talking point which we'll discuss in just a little bit.
I am really curious to see picks and bans for that reason, to be honest with you. Mostly because, I mean, is it going to be a complete difference? Actually, no. It's going to be Awoken, Corrupted Keep, and Veil. So all three of these maps are going to be really, really, really small. The Athena comes out to play again for Chain. Cygib on the Nyx, though. I think that really does fit both of their playstyles to a T, so no surprises there. Corrupted Keep, we get to see the Scale Bearer. Okay. All right, Cygib, I see you, mate. And then it's Galena for Chain. Veil, as the Remainer, will actually remove Death Knight, which you just don't really see a lot of Death Knight at the moment. I don't know whether it's just me. Maybe I'm just missing the shows. But it's going to be Keel versus Ison. So I think the biggest thing I'm looking forward to seeing there is just the Scale Bearer. Yeah, I love watching that champion. I know not everyone's cup of tea, I'm sure. But on Corrupted Keep in particular, with someone like Cygib, he just has the sauce. You know, he knows what he's doing with a champion like that. So yeah, curious.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I did say that he does like a lot of the smaller maps in the map pool, and this is exactly what he's got. You can see he's actually banned Blood Covenant, and then later on he's also banned Ruins, so he's going to be pretty damn happy about that. And even though Insomnia is not going to be in play for him, some of his better maps have been on Veil and Awoken, so Chain selected that for him, so thumbs up to Chain for, I'm assuming that Cygib's going to be thinking at that point, and he's also got Veil as the final matchup also, but that's a very interesting final match here, the Keel versus the Ison here. So it's going to be a lot of aggression coming up from the Keel from Chain's side to see what he can do against the turret, depending on the high ground he does manage to pick up. But even at the very beginning from the get-go, Athena versus Nyx, it's going to be a very, very methodical matchup to start things off.
But you can see it yourself. Not to highlight too much negativity here, not a fan of doing that, but looking under the player names, you can see the 0 and 3 and 0 and 4. For storytelling reasons alone is important, because someone here is going to get a win in this season, you know, and it's going to happen within the next sort of 40 minutes or so. So I think there's quite a lot on the line here for that reason, you know, because it's going to be the duality of it. One person is going to finally get a win, which is going to be a nice little boost of confidence, and another player is going to sort of continue the streak of defeats that is coming through. So there's so much to think about here on either side that I really don't envy them being in this position. It's got to be quite stressful. Even if they know each other really well, it's a stressful situation if you're looking at Pro League on its own.
Yeah, and yeah, we mentioned at the very beginning, didn't we? But no one's got a series win. Chain's only won one map the entire season, which is not something you really want to have going into this matchup here. And we need to see the Chain back we saw in Season 2 or the middle of Season 2. He was looking to challenge one of the top spots at one stage, and sadly he has drifted off quite a lot over the space of time. But then again, there's still elements of his gameplay there, was core gameplay, which is keeping himself involved and keeping himself up against a lot of his opponents here. But for Cygib, though, this could be a time for Cygib now to finally secure that series victory. It's always been 2-1 in majority of them. He's probably thinking for dear life, like, when's my first victory going to come? Surely this is going to be the moment in time, unless Chain says otherwise.
Well, as both players have readied up and we're now actually loading into Awoken, we're going to find out in a few minutes' time. So thanks for joining us so far. If you've just joined us, Saigib and Chain, they're going to go head-to-head. One of these players is finally going to get a season win, which is really, really, really important. Now, there's still plenty more weeks to go, and even someone like Chain hasn't actually played many matches. I'm pretty sure he's only played 3, if I can recall from the graphic I saw earlier on. But this first map, it's going to be a nice little dynamic. 2 like champions, but varying levels of utility. So we're going to have the Nyx for Saigib, which is really a high risk either way, but Saigib's use of Ghost Walk has always been quite powerful, I think, on a map like this too. Using it for the right time, because you just know that Athena is going to be chasing that down if you've used it at a bad point. And Chain, with the Athena, one of the first players that really put this champion on the map mere seasons ago.
Let's see, it's going to come out on top in this first map here. Ryan already Saigib just on the back for just a little bit here, using that Ghost Walk to try and get round him. He'll be greeted by a direct rocket. We're about to clean him up though. No, he doesn't. Saigib's the one who comes out on top. Mega's come up in the next 5 seconds. Depends if he wants to try and go for the trade. Oh, lovely stuff with the LG. Even if it's not going to be a guaranteed frag, just keeps his distance, able to keep him at bay so he can get that Mega almost for free.
I want to point out that super shotgun off the jump pad at the first fight was 120. Like, that was getting that on a light champion. You had to have it perfectly put forward as Saigib. That was the only thing that was going to keep him alive in that fight. A high risk maneuver to begin, however, it is going to give him a lead. The relentless pressure to continue though, but we look at the items. What's going to come next? Saigib still doesn't have a rail, because right now that's just not going to be the aim of the game for him. Unfortunately, that rail is not going to connect though, giving Saigib the Mega uncontested. And now, high ground advantage. A vertical rail. Back to back though. Chain's going to use that to fly forward, and there's that mobility we talked about.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I love that LG skin. I don't know. I don't know what anyone else thinks of that, but
it gives me real Turok Dinosaur Hunter vibes. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else knows what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're on about. I think that's kind of the same vibe I was feeling. That was why I've been quite keen on it. As now Chain drops down, but was that the right time though? Yes, he still takes him down after dropping into the LG from Saigib here. Just sort of binding his time, and a lot of patience there, just holding that angle. But Saigib had the patience of his own just to wait for Chain to turn around here. But both players do miss that initial first rail. Trying to see if we can get another angle here, but will be greeted top mid. Going to go straight on in. Good rockets, but Saigib retaliates some of his own with those offensive rockets there. Picks up the Mega. Heavies up in the next 10 seconds. He's got the perfect position for it. Depends on the rotation Chain wants to make, and he's made a good one.
What's it going to be from this Ghost Walk? Ooh, some extra damage that you definitely don't want to take just after you've used your ability. There it is. The change to the rocket, just to be sure. And actually, so consistently, Chain has just had way more stack in these fights. Kind of looking at the damage dealt, and Saigib narrowly taking a bit more here. But I think it's just a sign of how much more stacked Chain is staying throughout the course of the map. Now, okay. There's the pick up there on the Mega. A good opportunity here for Saigib, who does put himself in position for heavy as well. Could take both of these items if he plays his cards right, but how much damage is Chain going to try and get on the other end? Actually, not much. Make that nothing. So Saigib actually has some breathing space here.
And even look at the Twitch predictions at the moment. Chain's 57% to Saigib 43. It was 50-50. It was back and forth as the viewers themselves
people waited for the map to start in it.
Yeah, there's there's that as well. And then that would be a good time to get involved in terms of the channel points there. 69 HP as Chain does pick up the light, able to recover ever so slightly. He's not in the best of positions here. Needs to try and decide what route he wants to take. Good rail shot as he was picking up that heavy. Has got top mid control. Again, Chain just making sure to try and abuse those advantageous angles. Has the height as well. Mega's up in the next few seconds. The problem is Saigib's in that choke point here. Is he going to try and push into it though? That's going to be the next question. He does, but does he pick up the Mega? I think he does, and that's going to be Saigib tying things up.
Pivotal moment to do it. There's still going to be a bit of armor to work with. He knows that Chain's going to spawn on the opposite side of the map, so there's not going to be a rail to challenge this. It's going to be just rail and LG. Rocket and LG. God, I can't talk today, apparently. But I feel like in that exchange, Saigib felt very safe to just run in there and pick him up. What comes next? Stack's pretty even. Oh, here we go, actually. Aggressive Ghost Walk. Oh, he tried to go for the telefrag. And I think that is going to be paid for dearly. That is as high risk as it gets and did not work. But he lands a 100 damage rocket. An easy turnaround.
It's been an absolute slugfest here. Good LG from Psychic. Ooh, just a tap of the 32 with the rockets. Got a high ground here. There's going to be a perfect opportunity to take him down, but
he's gone.
What a time to grapple out of that, right?
See ya later, Harry. See ya later indeed. But the next time to spawn is going to be Mega. So Cygib's in a better position for this. He actually knows that the armor down near Banana is still yet to be taken, so that's going to be interesting to keep in mind. 10 seconds now until that heavy, and with all the weapons he needs, this surely should be a pretty free pickup. I don't see Chain just powerhousing himself towards that. He's going to stabilize, play nice and careful. He knows he has the mobility over Nyx in this map, so if he does need to zip away, he can do. There's going to be a rather strong fight, I think, to just be the next player to take the lead here. We've hit that 5-minute warning. An aggressive push begins. And if the more damage Cygib can do before he is forced to use the Ghost Walk himself, the better. Now, in this case, he's still taking all of the items. Chain has almost completely given up control. And wait a minute! If they trade another rail, right as Cygib goes in for that tri-bolt, a rail was put in return. But there's a shot that Chain did not want to take. Full control now for Cygib. Chain at death's door. Not a lot of resources to lick his wounds either. There's only one light armor here, if it's even there, which is not. Chain tries to use that mobility, Harry, but he just can't get away.
No, he certainly couldn't. You could see because of the stack Cygib had, in terms of his weapon selection, just more favouring the tri-bolt and the rockets to keep that map control from top mids. And of course, Chain can't really do that. He needs to favour the rail more just to continue to do some chip onto Cygib. But if he doesn't hit them all compared to how he was doing at the very beginning, then the amount of frags Cygib had to get out of hand here as the Ghost Walk. But what route is he going to take? It's going to be a good one, but look at the amount of damage he took from the LG and pushed him away. Chain was very lucky, but is he going to delay the inevitable here?
Yeah, set Cygib so off course that it just totally messed with his aim. So barely any damage dealt in a situation that I think Chain really should have gone down. But a nice bit of pushback, and has kept himself in this fight. Yes, Cygib is convincingly in the lead in terms of control and stack alone, but the fact that we're just over 3 minutes left on the clock and there's only one frag that separates the two players, there is, as a wise man once said, still time.
Absolutely right, 3 minutes left remaining. Cygib just standing his ground on a Mega, and so he should. Good use of the LG straight away. Chain is going to be backing away, or backing away rather, as soon as physically possible. Actually reroutes round to the LG area. Cygib knows what's going on. Just trying to see if he's going to push any further forward, but he's done enough damage, of course, to the position he was in to pick up that heavy. And because of how heavily segregated the timings are, Cygib can go back and forth and contest these items as he sees fit. 2.5 minutes left. Still has the reads and the information he needs in order to keep Chain as far away or as back, or trying to get as much damage done as physically possible here. Just trying to get these multiple angles around him, but Chain having a few issues just getting back in this matchup.
Dude, Cygib was stalking his prey just then. The fact that he was sitting there and he had the rail angle near Rocket, he saw Chain run past. Too tight of a window to risk giving his position away. He knows he's in position for Mega and he can take it whenever he wishes. So takes a bit of a stroll over to the right, waits for him to show his face. I think Chain didn't even know, the angle was being seen, and he takes the shot when he knows it's completely guaranteed and then goes takes the Mega. These small little details that will just push Cygib forward in the end of this map to keep Chain as far behind as he can, given the fact there is only one frag separating them now. An unreturned rail, that is a big opportunity, as Cygib still has a Ghost Walk, yeah, sure, but if Chain can get enough damage to push in, he will be able to chase down no matter what the angles are. Nyx's ability to retreat is not going to be as good as her ability to chase it down with those grapples.
Yeah, he needs to try and bait out this Ghost Walk if he can. And I like that from Chain. It was kind of like an aggressive push where he can pass off the kill if he needs to. If not, he can go for the Mega. And we've got 1:10 left remaining. Still trying to find that one frag. The Ghost Walk has been used, which now means that it's his chance to try and at least equalise the scoreline. Does manage to in the end. And look at the stack difference. So still Ryan has a minute left and he can continue with the aggression if he needs to. Heavy is up, does manage to pick it up, can get for the Mega. Now, how is he going to go about this? Just grapples in straight away, stops using the LG, and he can just go for the 6th and potentially final frag here. Almost got taken outside the map here. Has the Mega, and this is a time for Chain to try and get this first map win.
That would have been a very, very different fight if that rocket actually caused a ring out, which it was oh so close to doing. Saigib pushing forward. I mean, he's got to take this 5 seconds to try and take this heavy, but with 30 seconds left to go, that's a lifetime. And now actually, a rail. That makes things very, very scary for Saigib, mate. How do you bring yourself back into this? You've got 3 rockets. You've only got rail. You haven't even got an LG. You haven't even got a shotgun. He does not have the tools or the health to chase this one down as Chain's going to run away. I don't know if he's going to be able to find it. Knocked off course, and that might be the end. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. He gets it with the last little stretch, but he's still weak. It's so risky taking this heavy right now. What is going on here? Harry, the overtime commenced. Awoken the rail. One more of those, sir.
Literally, it was half a second he went through the TP. Does Tank another round of his own? Oh! Saigib needs to try and back away once again. Mega is going to be picked up. Heavies was picked up earlier on. Saigib's in a world of trouble here. Chain needs to try and make the correct read. Oh, the drive-by rail just barely missed, but hits one of his own. So almost equals the stack. That's going to be opportunity gone now for Chain. Saigib just trying to not stay alive, but just stand his ground, get ready for the next heavy. Just trying to stabilize this first map if he can. Just try and at least get a little bit of breathing room here. As the aggressive close one's coming out here, Ryan. Is he able to take him down? I think he should be able to here, but good first rocket from Chain. He missed the next one.
Oh, the miss!
LG, but he needs to hit the rail. He doesn't still. It's going to be circling all the way around. And look, again, Chain normally reroutes around to the LG room, but decided to make the correct one once again and reroute back towards the rail. Jesus Christ.
Saigib, you are an absolute mad lad going for a play like that in an overtime. The bravery someone has to put forward. No! Oh, no!
I can't believe that was the way it ended.
Can we get an instant replay of that? Is that...
That was it.
I wish I could say, Lethal, that's the first time I've ever seen that. The accidental self-frags in overtime has got to be the worst feeling. It has to be.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. When I saw the LG damage he done, I was like, okay, Chain can probably route around and go for the Mega straight afterwards, or just, you know, rejuvenate his stack going into LG. But yeah, I didn't expect it to end it like that.
I want to see what chat have to say about that. I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna have a look over. But look, so on a more serious note, that was a really good map. Like the intense back and forth and the constant struggle for power and really the power of who was in control was on the balance by a single rail for most of the map. That the moment it started to turn the other way, you know, you'd look at Saigib, who is in full control. He's got all the items, he's got all the health. And then boom, misses a rail, takes one in return. Immediately, the momentum is different. And then, oh my God, Saigib, the overtime, not even getting that last minute comeback with basically a second left to go, being able to score the overtime. During the overtime, went for an aggressive ghost walk push that if Chain hit that rail during that fight would have taken Saigib out. There is so much stones on this man. I'm envious.
Do you know what's funny as well? Both players were laughing straight away at the end of it. They both just laughed and gone,
oh yeah.
After all, there we go.
There it is.
That was the crucial moment. That was the replay we wanted to see. Cheers production for that. We were just, you know, just a little bit. Well, to be fair, it was actually a lot further back than we thought. We thought we were just trying to get a quick rocket in and then back away again. But okay, that wasn't going to happen. But you can see there from the stats. For Chain, it was very rail heavy. That was more due to the fact that the item control Saigib had. He favoured more the tri-bolt and the rockets when he had top mids. And you can see Chain was just after a little bit more chip damage across the board. But that was a great matchup. More of that, please. You know, these next two maps, if the first map's like that, then, you know, we're going to be happy as Larry here.
Well, it's going to be one small map to another, but one's vastly different. Saigib on the Scale Bearer is already quite an imposing force. On a map like Corrupted Keep, it can be even more so because of just the snowball effects that we've talked about time and time and time again. And if you're a top-level duel player, you just have to learn how to play this map. You know, it's going to pop up. It's going to play unlike the other maps. It's going to be its own little beast. They often say, what happens in Corrupted Keep stays in Corrupted Keep. But Chain, it's easy for us to sit and say this, but it sucks what happened at the end of Awoken. It was accidental. These things happen. It's sometimes more punishing than others, clearly, but you kind of just need to be able to shake that off. You know, you have to be able to forget about it. These
I
players,
think he laughed it off, I think.
He did. It was the first thing I saw in chat was nice in all caps, followed by an LMAO. I think we all echoed that one. But my point is that whatever happened was a crazy finish. It was a weird finish, but you just got to forget about it because now we're jumping into our next map. Both players are readied up, and now the warm-up should be commencing. So.
Yeah, this is it. And for the Galena, it's going to be interesting against the scale. If you had the Eisen, okay, you can stop the bull rush with the turret, or at least orb away with the range or anything like that. So it's going to be a lot of rocket jumping to be had for the likes. I think it's more the case of the Chain needs to be very, very cautious about the fights he takes. Again, it's going to be the range game, abusing that heavy machine gun when he can or as he sees fit. We see a lot of that anyway, but we're going to see a bit more coming up from Chain, I'm sure, here, depending on how Saga is going to try and approach this matchup. But if we see the same scoreline, maybe a little bit more less of an anticlimactic ending, then yeah, I'm all for it here, Ryan. I'm all for it. Going into map number 2 here on the Corrupted Keep, let's see what Chain has on offer.
Chain going for a good start, chooses to immediately steal away that light armor on the off chance that Saigib might have pushed forward to take it. Double up on that armor for both denial and having a heavy in your pocket, which is great. And the totem already in full swing. Now, only having access to a super shotgun, but against a heavy, we've seen that super shotgun do oh so much damage. In this opening 30 seconds, we're going to be seeing the next set of items spawn soon. And actually, in the time it took for Chain to run and take that light armor, has already put a delay on those items. So now, knowing where his opponent is, does take a lot of machine gun damage, though. Likely to have this weird exchange, but here comes another totem. And it is Saigib without armor. Surely he's going to back off and take that light, as he will do. But an aggressive start from Saigib. Chain has been just playing around him so much so far. You can just see it. He's listening out. He's looking for the fight. And then when it happens, I'm having an angle on you. And actually, so far for Chain has worked out fantastically.
And Chain is playing this exactly... Oh, beautiful nails there. But this is what I mean. This is exactly how he should be playing this. He hasn't got a heavy machine gun as of yet. Oh, he does now. Sorry, excuse me. But beforehand, he didn't. So he had the standard machine gun, the tri-bar, just doing a little bit here and there in order to take the engagement straight afterwards. And the ball rush is coming on out. But actually, probably does him a little bit of a favour. But even then, the Saigib comes out on top in that little scuffle. And now Saigib also able to get the weapons in his arsenal.
If you want a reason as to why Scalebearer is such an intimidating champion in duel, it's for a situation like that. Man just bull rushed through a corridor where he knows that Chain is listening to him, has almost 100% LG, and still wins the fight. That is the Scalebearer effect, and truthfully, you know, maybe it's one of the reasons that Saigib likes to play this champion on this map. It's such a brawl-heavy map. If you have a champion that can negate basic fights and just strong-arm them into his favor, I think that's quite an advantage. Shotgun a point. Shotgun! Another one, though. 2 for 2. Okay.
Chain again just backing away. And we know the style of play he needs to play here in order to trying to get a little bit more frags to his name, but needs to recover first before he does that. Good little bit of rocket damage just to delay that push. Finds Saigib again, but Saigib's been very, very aggressive, and so he should really. This is what he needs to do. He needs to try and close the gap, not in terms of scoreline, but in terms of distance here. And Chain just doing a great job just using those defensive rockets, using heavy machine gun when he's a little bit further out than he needs to be. And still has that turning to use if he puts... Oh, the direct!
Ouch. That's what we can say about that one. And that is a bad place to get caught. Wrong side of town. Oh, dear. Right, as the item spawns, too. Now, we are going to see a lot of plasma being thrown. And Chain says, you want to get me off the spawn, mate? I'll chuck the plasma here, there, and everywhere. But Chain has been playing this matchup smart so far. This kind of map is going to be Saigib's playground. He is not afraid to throw down. I know Flea said it in the past. When you think of someone that can just brawl and fight, Saigib is one of those picks always. Corrupted Keep is a map that will just force that on you. And Chain is playing very carefully. You have to. You know, you get caught with very little armor, all of a sudden you hear, roar! And it's like, oh god. All right, here we go. It's time to party.
Yeah, it's one of an audio cue you just hate to hear, really, isn't it? No matter who you are.
I will lead the way.
And Psychic now with a massive stack. Just standing his ground. Some good rockets so from Chain. Only problem is he could be able to get away. He gets the Mega though for his troubles. Still just dishing the dirt with the LG. 7 HP. Has to try and back away. Will he be able to survive? He does. And Psychic just trying to reroute around from above, as you saw just there. But Chain double backs to recover. Good reach once again. Good rotation, in all fairness. But the only problem is Psychic after blood manages to get it now 5-3. And this is what, you know, it's like you said with Corrupted Keep. For anyone with very strong or just great combat skills all around, it should favour that player. But again, you've got to be a bit cautious against some of the players you're up against. Chain especially with the way he's playing at the moment.
However, as much of a brawl-happy fighter Saigib is, he does always have the items in mind. You'll notice the last rotation of items, Saigib and Chain, they both had a weird exchange where Chain almost died, able to pick up a little bit of health, picked up some armor. Saigib, you know, even though his opponent was weak, he didn't use that opportunity to chase another frag. He kept his opponent weak so he could run back and take heavy for free. Went straight back in with a much bigger stack and then got the frag. You know, always keeping his head on top of his shoulders. However, tries to steal away Mega, is not successful. And Chain should be able to take a little bit of armor nearby should it spawn in time. He'll need it. Saigib's picked up a heavy. Alright, there we go.
Yeah, he has a rough idea where Saigib is, but he needs to be very careful how close he gets to him. Knows he hasn't got an LG, but using that tri-bolt to try and fish Chain out if he can. Good reads as well. Will bull rush into that Mega just for extra insurance and of course not taking as much damage. Of course, without the heavy machine gun in hand, Chain was able to get a little bit more done here. Picks up the heavy, and this could be the start of a comeback here for Chain, but the problem is he's still got a bit of a stack to try and chop down in terms of what Saigib has here. But does have a machine gun of his own, though.
Lovely bit of optimization from Saigib through that teleporter as well.
Lovely,
Ouch!
lovely.
Just like that, man. It's so easy to lose track of how much damage you're taking from heavy machine gun. I was going to mention something about using the charge to get around the totem damage and stuff like that, but that opportunity now is long gone as we've had a frag on deck. The fight for this armor, which is going to be so important now. 4 minutes left on the clock, and with an LG, oh god! The nail gun has done so much work for both of these players so far. It's so impressive, but Chain, weak. Can't go in for that light, and he knows it's far too obvious. Chain has to play a scary game of cat and mouse right now, as it will be Saigib in place for the Mega. Chain doesn't fight to say... He doesn't want to just throw himself at this. With one frag in between, there is enough time to make something happen, but one foolish mistake at this point is going to make life so much harder.
It's just his map positioning in a nutshell as well. He's always in a position to get away, and obviously as soon as he hears the audio cue, he knows he's in the bag position, just try and get away once more. And I kind of feel like Chain has either been on a default stack or just forever been weak, and it's been very tough. And that's just Saigib being aggressive across the map, making sure he can't pick up these lights, can't get any kind of height advantage. And the ball rush comes in again, rocket jump.
Oh, the bait!
The problem is he got caught with the LG. As
that was a bait, my friend.
Unfortunate there, and that is going to be it. Another frag to Saigib's name.
That was someone who has played Scale Bearer once or twice and has seen people try and rocket jump for years. You're stuck out in the open. There's literally one thing you can do to survive, and you have to do it. Chain would have been out of his mind to not try and escape that. And he will secure a frag here, but man, that was one of my favorite frags of the day. That's smart stuff. I told you, Saigib got the sauce.
Certainly bloody does, but the only problem is for Saigib now, Chain actually has the stack to work with. That rocket's not going to help him though. Oh, the damage and the TP frag straight afterwards just to try and tie things up. And he's caught off guard with the LG as well. He could keep his distance with his heavy machine gun, but he's just going to prioritize the fight anyway. Took the totem down. That's at the Mega. Great stuff here from Chain. Chain just needs to continue to do what he's doing right now. Saigib, don't get me wrong, he's also playing extremely well. Just needs to continue to be proactive.
Dude, what the hell is going on in this series?
I don't know.
Saigib knocked him towards the teleporter so he could be better in position to get damage, and then he got more than he bargained for. It's like when you order a cream cheese and salmon bagel and they just put way too much cream cheese on it. It's like, dude, I wanted this, but not like this. What's it going to be now? Less than 2 minutes on the clock and Saigib being forced to make something happen. But Chain, this is where his strong defensive play against this champion has been problematic. And there it is! They trade! But who's going to get spawn? Heavy's in play. Saigib, is he able to take the Heavy? It's a race for Heavy. A race that Chain will win. And he's got a super shotgun in the tank. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The totem again!
Oh no! Oh,
just can't kill him!
On top. Saigib definitely had the better spawn, picked up the light, he had the weapons in his arsenal straight away, and Chain was still able
Hang on.
to come out on top here.
Hang on,
left
Harry.
standing here. Saigib still has a chance here, Ryan, to try and make something happen. But Chain just needs to continue keeping his distance. Don't get overzealous. Don't get too excited and try and throw this lead away,
missed!
or at least, and still takes him down here. That could be the final nail in the coffin for Chain.
Oh, Saigib, he had such a strong idea, but he missed the shot. That super shotgun absolutely would have done it. Chain has no choice but to accept the inevitable, and on other maps would be like, oh, there's a slither of a chance, but this is Corrupted Keep, where you can snowball at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and Saigib forced to push. There's no other alternative now, and if he's in position to get an item, even better, but now kills are going to be the name of the game. He hears a totem get dropped, he knows that Chain's going to be a little bit healthier, and he does get the frag, but actually doesn't have a lot of health. Is Chain going to just try and refrag here? He has 10 seconds. I mean, Saigib's so weak. He actually doesn't have time to get the full rush. Oh, and there's the rocket. Chain will secure this map. But what a close one it was once again.
It certainly was indeed. Chain, lovely stuff there. Managed to win that second map. And I'm not going to lie to you though, Ryan, at one stage, you kind of felt like that second to last engagement. If Saigib had a big stack, he took way more damage than he should have done. And I kind of felt like that was Chain's game plan. He knew he was going to get cleaned up. And if he did, then the trade potential was there anyways. But yeah, that was very, very close in itself. And even with the item control, Chain only had 14. And Saigib had 25. And this is what I was talking about as well. It's the fact that for Saigib, he was very, very proactive. But at the same time, Chain was also doing also equally as good job. But in terms of style of play, he had to bring to the table with the range, the positioning, reacting as he saw fit, and making the right reads as well. Both players, some people may say it was very chaotic, but it was organised chaos, I think we like to say.
I really enjoyed how Chain approached that map. You know, we often see players brawl quite considerably on Keep, but there was a very clear defensive position pretty much all the way through. And then that finally started to work out in favour of Chain, because he never really got steamrolled. You know, there were a couple of frags there where, look, yeah, you're probably going to die because you've got a scale bearer that's point blank and he's rushing at you.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, what can you do? But in particular, right near the end when Chain finally had that like solid frag lead, and he had stack, and he had control, that is where that defensive position starts to actually really become a lot more beneficial for you, because now Saigib hasn't got time to kind of be a little bit careful and then pick those moments to go in. He now has to go in no matter the cost, because there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. So if you're already playing a strong defensive game and your opponent is having to become a little bit more predictable, we'll say, because they have no choice but to go in, it will just benefit you even further. So well done to Chain for that, absolutely. That cheeky little telefrag was so funny near the mega.
Good. So good. And you can see there's this huge damage distribution as well between a lot of the weapons, especially around the likes of the nail area. Oh, see, look, I'm 2 for 1 here. You can't really complain, can you? Sorry, Wheat. I was trying to go around the other side, mate, but I kind of messed things up a little bit. Sorry, Wheat. But anyways, I'm going to get back to my original point.
Hello, Wheat. You're here early.
Completely threw me off. But you saw the damage distribution as well. It was for Saigib, it was very, very LG heavy, but it wasn't so much for Chain because he had to use, you know, a lot more of the defensive rockets to keep his position, a lot of the nail damage as well. So a lot of little things here and there, which is why the distribution in terms of damage was, you know, massive in terms of the weaponry in their arsenal across the board. Is what we kind of expected here. But week coming in as well just before the third and final map. It's got me pumped going into this next one, I think, Ryan.
It's kind of mad to think that we're going to be joined by DJ Wheat already. You know, it's we've had some good games coming in.
He's getting too excited.
That's got to be early in the day for him. I don't know. Actually, not quite. Actually, my geography is absolutely dreadful. So maybe I'm completely talking out of my rear with that one. But let's now rewind a little bit, because we've had a lot of fun and we've had some chaotic couple of maps. But The point remains that both of these players are yet to receive a series win in this season. It's now down to the Veil as the decider map. Only one person is going to finally break that losing streak, and someone else, unfortunately, is still going to continue that. So, you know, these next 10 minutes we're about to play, we're loading into the Veil as we speak, so it'll only be a few more seconds. This is an important map, Harry. We've been having a lot of fun, but now the fun probably stops, because now it's do or die in the next 10 minutes.
Surely Sygib can't have another 2-1 loss. Surely not. Like, he's had quite a few of them so far, and I'm going to feel so sorry for him if this is going to be another one to the tally here. But this is a matchup where it's going to be very, in terms of decision making for the execution of the frag you want to try and gain. It's going to be very tough to decide because you've got to kill with the pineapples if you push into any choke points, because you've got the turret on the other side of things. So I think in terms of when they're going to choose to make these fights or create these fights to happen, it's going to be interesting. It really, really is indeed. So I think both these players are going to just try and smooth things out a little bit, feed each other out, and then whoever's got like a much bigger stack in terms of margin, then we may see something come out of these guys. But could see a real heavy matchup. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest here. We've seen it back in the last series, but this time around I wouldn't be surprised to see it in this map as well.
Sygib is going to be the one immediately controlling that higher ground as a hungry Chain pushes forward to say, you know what, mate, I have something to say about that. Heavy's in position and he can't quite steal it away. That's a wonderful beginning here for Chain. Sygib. Oh, and he steals away the Mega! Choking up my own rage here. 2-0. Harry, help.
I'm trying to help here, mate. This is going to go again. It could even be a 3-0 if it's the rocket, but Sygib finally gets to trade 18 HP. Took a bit of time, but he got there in the end. Oh, nice little rocket as well. But Chain comes back with a rail of his own. I was so wrong at the start. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, they'll easily swim. They'll feed each other out. Already 3-1, 4 frags, and it's only been a minute 10 here. Chain has the high ground, drops to see if he can try and cut off an angle. Picks up the Mega, realises that Sygib's going to back away. He actually decides to double back. It's the rail here. Chain, of course, does need to back away, but Heavy's going to be on the menu here for both these players. Will be coming up first, or we could see a gentleman's agreement on these items.
Yeah, when the chips are down, both of these players, I think, not shy of going for the more risky decision, we'll say, as Heavy in place. Now, a bit of a trap is set, but ultimately Sygib did have the objective, right? He wanted to take that away, but a couple of rails, that might not have been part of the plan. That's a scary jump pad to go up. Lovely rocket and an even more lovely rail to finish as the two-piece combo with Fry's Chain 4-1. We've only just started this map and already it's chaos. I love it.
85% rail hit percentage. I know it's only 7 shots, but yeah, it's not something you want to deal with at the very beginning. Oh, nice little target placement there from Sygib just to try and keep Chain away so he can pick up that Heavy a little bit easier than he would like, but still,
nice
Chain's just going to stand his ground as well.
Mega, the next plan. In this case, Chain was forced to back off a little bit, but I kind of feel like with what's going to be the next pickup, right? Heavy is going to be the next objective, and yes, Sygib was able to take the Mega, but I'm a Heavy, right? I've already got plenty of stack to work with. I've made some pretty game-changing rails in this map, and we've only just started. I feel like Chain is, yeah, he's going to be more than happy to allow Sygib to take these items and then kind of neutralize the benefits of it almost immediately, putting us back to that neutral position of stack, where Chain is clearly winning.
Certainly is. Chain is just playing it very safe, especially with the positions he's taking. Makes perfect sense considering it's a slight stack of disadvantage, but really wanted to go for that Heavy, but just again doesn't have enough information in order to pursue that Heavy. We're backing away once again. Mega's up in the next 12 seconds. His Chain on the back foot, taking way too much damage, and it looks like Sygib has made the right read, taking a few pineapples here and there, but again, Chain coming up on the spawn, has to trade potential if he needs to, but the problem is for Sygib, he's already picked up the Mega. He's already recovered in terms of the armor department. He puts a turret down already, misses that second rail now, and this is not what we want to see from Chain here. Is now Sygib, massive stat to work with, just a matter of how he's going to initiate this next frag.
That was a phenomenal read, you know, knowing the drop down was inevitable. Good call out, and now puts himself a little bit more in charge of the situation. 4-2, and we haven't hit that halfway point yet. Again, I don't want to be a broken record, but I want to remind anyone that might have just tuned in, this is a important final map. Both of these players are yet to receive a season win, and whoever gets this map will finally break that streak, right? And that's something that both of these players are going to want dearly. We only have 5 minutes really left to go, so chips are down. This is where the pressure, the composure of these players is going to be tested to the limit. We haven't seen any key mistakes so far. We've seen some brave reads, some strong decisions. The aim has been fine. Clearly, both these players rising to the occasion, but only time will tell. 5 minutes left to go, almost.
Yeah, I haven't seen a huge amount as of yet. The first couple of minutes was definitely a bit manic. Good LG damage coming up from Psyche. Was looking to go for the rail, but some good try bolt there, and Chain did retaliate with a rail of his own. Looking to back away. Good read with the rocket as well, but Psyche just lining that up, trying to hit for second as well. Doesn't, but is in a position to try and get this mega, and decides to prioritize the kill just to throw Chain off completely. Now only a 1 frag deficit here. Just send it up with the turret in case he does push it on forward, but it's not going to be the case, as now Chain just trying to get all the weapons in his arsenal once again. Heavy up in the next few seconds. Sargib just checking all angles to make sure it's safe. It's all clear to pick up the heavy, which it almost was, but sadly for Chain, he didn't hit that initial rail.
Chain did have the right idea, but he can't push too hard. He still doesn't have an LG. He's got a rocket and a rail, which is certainly better than nothing, but there is going to be that magical distance where Sargib is going to out-damage him considerably. Ooh. Didn't see that, but Chain did a little bit of accidental self-damage with the grenade. Managed to slip behind Sargib right there, and actually get himself a rail too. That was very cute. And he's taken out the turret to boot. Sargib, alright. What are we going to do from here? That stack was neutralized once again. Shades of what we saw earlier in the map. Sargib is the one that needs to make something happen, and that's an opening.
That direct massively helped there. You may have noticed as well, Chain over the last minute and a half has switched over to that defensive posture, not to try and secure the win, but he knows that it's all about that chip damage and to try and secure some of his items through a different route. Heavy is up, but both players are just baiting each other out to try and pick that up, but that rail could be the main factor here, but hits the rail as he goes forward. It's Sargib. Oh, Chain is looking to go for the mega. Mega's up the next 5 seconds. Sargib isn't going to take the risk. It looks like it's just going to let him have it, which is understandable. He's going to try and flank around to see if he can find anything else, which he doesn't, but at least he's got the high ground here. Chain is still quite weak, just recovering from his losses in terms of stack here. This could be a window for now for Sargib to try and tie things up if he can. He should be able to. Yes, he does. 3 minutes left, all tied up.
Perfect time to land the frag too, because now with Heavy in place, we are going to have a fight. No wonder Chain immediately, oh dear no, the rocket jump to give himself a boost did not work. And all he did was give himself extra damage as he flies right into the face of Chain. Got to give Chain his props, man. Picked up an LG and he ran straight for that Heavy. He knew that was going to be the next call, and being there quick enough to stop Sargib from just taking it. Not only that, but securing the frag too. That was a great decision, and now with 2.5 minutes left to go, Chain is narrowly in the lead.
If he keeps hitting rails like this, it can secure a victory in this series. 2 minutes and 15 left remaining. Chain has all the pineapples in the world if he wants to try and keep his opponent back. So it could be about positioning here. What corridors he wants to try and hold. How he's going to try and approach these next items. Meg's up in the next couple of seconds. He has absolutely no plans to go for this here, as considering he hasn't got the stack and he has the turret to deal with as well. You know, pineapples won't be as much of use, especially on that portion of the map. Heavy though, up in the next 5. Does breeze up anyway. Stack looking a little bit better here. Sargib is going to go for the Heavy. Good damage over the combo. It hits the second round as well. This could be the finisher. 3 for 3 for Chain to increase this lead now 6-4. And Sargib is going to be all out aggression here.
This is going to be the alarm sounding as Sargib has got to make something happen, and he is running out of time. Chain, perfect positioning once again, and that rocket is just going to add insult to injury. Because honestly, Sargib's in a world of hurt right now. Chain has more stack. Chain has 2 frags in the lead. Sargib's been forced away. There's no Heavy to be had. This will no doubt be a free kill as once again Chain picks one up. This is the critical moment. And and dare I say, actually, map probably going to be over off the back of that one. If he frags Chain, Chain's the heavy champion, he's going to spawn with a large stack. I just don't see this happening. This is a comfortable finish for Chain, who's able to take that 2-1 off a disastrous end to map 1. Was able to prevent causing too many problems, we'll say. Kept his head on his shoulders and has been able to secure himself a win. So big well done there.
Yeah, you can literally just play cat and mouse at this point, and with the starting stack, yeah, it's just not. Oh my god, if he makes plays like that, then it's definitely not going to happen at all. This side, Chain does win the series out 2-1. And I will say this though, that one frag, the rocket to rail combo hitting the second one straight afterwards. But he knew full well that if he hits every single shot and just does everything he can in order to try and contest that item, then this should be his in the bag. And he did that straight off. That was, to be fair, not even just this map alone, but it was just an incredible series overall. GG's all round. Chain will take the series 2-1 over Sygib again. Sygib just having a bit of trouble closing out another matchup, another 1-2 to the tally here. Must be like 3 or 4 in a row now. He will find that series win eventually, Ryan. It's just a matter of time.
This one was too close to call. It just came down to those final 5 minutes of this map. There was that key point where Chain was able to really sort of, steamroll on ahead. It was near that heavy when we saw that lovely sort of rocket into rail. We landed a second rail on top of it, and then really the pressure was on. And because Chain plays such a strong game of positions all the time, I think that was the best case scenario for him to be in. Your opponent is now forced to become a lot more desperate. We actually saw shades of that before as well. The moment you're the one in charge, and now your opponent has to become a little bit more, I guess we will say predictable, because they haven't got time to be careful. They've got to push forward, they have to try and get a frag, there's no more time to do it. That is where Chain's going to be at his most comfortable, because he's already playing those angles, and now you have a higher chance of doing what he thinks you're going to do. Best case scenario. And we'll take a series win because of it. Well done.
Yeah, I think the entire series, we can just say it was organised chaos all round. It wasn't really that chaotic where, it was just very back and forth and trades very back and forth.
It
was just
more the fact that...
No, of course, no. We're just saying that, like, for Chain, it was just he had a lot more thought out of in terms of a calculated and methodical approach. And Sygib, it's just him being the fact that he was trying to be as proactive as possible. And you have to against someone who's going to play that methodical. He knows what it's like because he's actually one of the most methodical players himself in the league, so he knows exactly how to try and counter that, just be as proactive as possible and just be as much of a nuisance as possible on this map. And the fact that we've just had that series, we still got Avik versus Razy coming up next, and we have Rafa versus Kilson.
Yes,
we've got a field day yet so far. We're only at the halfway stage.
We are being treated to the most excellent games. That's what I can say about that one. It's been a good day already. With these two in particular, we got a set that I really thought we'd see. It was going to be close. Yeah. It was going to be a clash of styles because they do not play similar. And you already know, even through the champion picks, that we were going to get something along those lines anyway. The Awoken and the Journey, the accidental self-frag, which cost the map for Chain, being able to keep himself composed and have a dominant, strong final showing in the closing moments of Corrupted Keep, and then Veil, where that defensive play really paid for itself. And you got to be disciplined to play defensive in this game. One small mistake can lead to disaster. It's a smart choice to pick Keel on the back of that, because you have the stack, you have the grenades. Even when you get caught with only one weapon, the grenades just give you that extra utility, right? But either way, well done. Fun 2-1 to be had. We are now going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our first featured matchup of the day, Avik and Razy. They're going head to head, and you don't want to miss it. Featured matchup number 1 is about to begin. Thank you so much for the wait. And we are back with our latest edition of Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup. I'm joined by Lethal. But for these final 2 series of the day, you probably know by now, it ain't just us. And you saw him earlier anyway. It's DJ Wait. Let's bring him in.
What's up? I totally ruined my initial entrance, but I'm glad I got a chance to dance behind Lethal a little bit. So, hey, good morning, everyone. Happy to be here for another week of QPL, and very excited for these next 2 matches that we've got. The first 2 matches that we saw this morning, interesting in and of themselves, but I think these 2 are definitely the heavy hitters that everyone is anxiously waiting for.
It's just another one of those classic displays of this game at a level beyond anything else, right? We have Avec and Razy, 2 players where, even when I think back to kind of the beginnings of Quake Champions, those humble 2017 beginnings when Razy was kind of just making a name for himself and most people didn't even know who he was, the aggression was always there, where I would see people on forums and this and that, maybe a YouTube comment or something being like, man, I get real Avec vibes from this guy, because Avec was, one of the original aggressive players, where, now years and years down the line, Razy has matured a lot as a player in terms of play style, but Avec was always the kind of godfather of that, whereas Razy now is much better. It's still similarities, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at with this one, Lethal.
Yeah, I completely agree. In terms of their style of play, I think they are both very, very similar. And Avec definitely has what it takes in order to try and take Razy down if he can. Of course, picks and bans are going to be, depending on the circumstances, who's going to choose what, where, and how, and why to determine the situation going into this. But yeah, no, I do agree though. Razy, people may say he has a little bit more consistency on the back of him. He's always been a bridesmaid and never the bride, hasn't he? Especially after countless stage finals. But, from what we've seen of him so far, not been too bad. But I think he lost to Kilson last week 3-0, which is definitely something we did not expect. So maybe Avec can take advantage of that.
Yeah, you're right. And there were some close games in that. Every single game between Kilson and Razy was decided by a single frag. So it was still a close game. Kilson looked really nice. Razy actually looked better than I think we'd seen in the past. But to Ketchup's point, 2 great players. I think everyone's really excited to see both of them kind of trying to find their spot, their groove, if you will. Razy looked, I think, the best he's looked throughout QPL, despite losing to Kilson 3-0. They were super close games and could have gone either way. So I would really love to see some close games. And I think people are going to be getting a smile on their face when they see the picks and bans. So let's look at those.
It's funny you should mention that, Wheat, because they're ready. Clutch comes out to play again. Oh, God. Which is always a treat. And Awoken, a match made in heaven. Avec going in with the Ranger pick, which is going to be, it's going to give him some element of a fight here. You're going to have to watch out for that shield not being around, because if it is, run away. Veil's going to be the next pick, though. We have the Keel versus the Galena. Similar matchup, actually, to what we have seen previously today. Not quite the same. Yep. Ruins of Sarnath, though. Razy going in with the Scale Bearer. So, actually, Razy has picked a heavy champion in all 3 of these maps. You actually don't see that every day, Wheat.
You don't. Especially when we look at map 3 and we're looking at the Scale versus Anarchy. Now, interestingly enough, the last time that we saw Scale Anarchy in a featured match was a couple weeks ago in week 6, and Wenger played Scale and Maxter played Anarchy, and everyone pretty much thought, okay, this is going to be a tough one for Anarchy, but Maxter played a delightfully incredible game. A lot of long-range, mid-range battles, which is kind of what you need to do. But you look at those 2, I think that's where Razy finds some comfort for sure. It lets him play, I think, a style that he enjoys playing. But I often look at those 2 champs and go well, there's a clear winner here, but you just can't say that. That's not necessarily the case. Tactics can kind of overcome what might be seen as a drastic polarization between 2 champions. So I'm not surprised, right? that Razy has chosen the lineup that he has, because I think that is where he finds the most comfort. Will that be difficult for Avic? I don't know. We're about to see, but I'm not super shocked to see him pick 3 heavies.
No.
Oh,
So I was just going to add as well, like the second and third map are quite standing in terms of the champion picks, but I love what Razy's done with the first ones. The fact that he knows he's got the clutch in hand, great, it's gone on Awoken, even better, just to add more salt to the wound, but he's even banned the Strog as well. The problem Razy's had is the fact that it's just dealing with mobility with the clutch as well to try and bait out that shield, and the fact that Avic's actually decided to select the Ranger instead, so if he does bait out the shield earlier than necessary when he's got the orb to make, add a little bit of a punch, or even to try and get out if he uses the shield a little bit more preemptively to try and charge on in. So you can use the orb in many different ways here. We'll have to see how effective that can be against Razy's clutch.
Well, gentlemen, the players were in our lobby nice and early today, and they've both confirmed they're ready to start, so by no means do I want to keep them waiting. This is going to be a really good map 1, and I can't wait to see what happens. I'm sure everyone in chat agrees. So I'll leave you, lovely people, in the capable hands of Lethal and Wheat. Lads, take it away. See you on the other side.
Thank you, Catch Up. Lethal, happy Saturday. Happy QPL week. What are we on? 7 now? I said 2 weeks ago. Oh, we are on 7. Okay. I said 2 weeks ago. But week 6 was actually, well, technically it was 2 weeks ago, but I thought it was actually 2 weeks of play. I do think that this will be a great matchup. There's a lot of discussion in the chat right now. Lethal, would love to hear your thoughts, right? Razy and Clutch on Awoken, 3, the trifecta of things that have gone hand in hand. But I think where that was once a for sure thing is not necessarily in the status quo considered a for sure thing. We've seen other players kind of adapt to the clutch, learn the best way to play, talked a lot about the shield, the importance of trying to bait that out, get it down, and then attacking. So, I think this could go either way. I actually kind of like the Ranger pick for that. You've got the orb for the mobility. You can use it for an escape, but I think that's exactly what we'll see Avic try to do. Bait that shield out. That's when the attack goes. But I also expect some Razy aggression here for sure.
Yeah, I think for Razy, he needs to. It's all about those hourglasses. It's the fight for the hourglasses, especially when you try and bait out that shield. And then that's the window of opportunity, which, of course, Avic's going to have every single time. And if he has the orb in his back pocket, then great. He can really be on the full offensive. But if not, then he's going to have to try and go for that chip damage. But it's like hitting the barn door. Doesn't really need to worry about the aim skill there coming forward. And speak of the devil, we are going to start from Avic's POV here to see what he can do. Just pick up the LG and the light straight away. I'm just going to already... Oh, even with the orb, using the damage straight away before he even initiates the shield. That was so important.
I absolutely thought that Razy had that fight in the bag, right?
Same.
The shield came out after the orb, but the LG of Avic, he stood his ground, and that was absolutely the correct play right there. However, Razy gonna pick up that aggression just a little bit, will tie it back up. So a very quick exchange. That often happens, especially in that first 30 seconds where you don't necessarily know exactly where your opponent spawned, or you might choose the same route. That's exactly what we saw, but Razy did equalize that. Avic brought that despite getting that 1 frag lead. And then we're going to have the shield go out again. Answer back with the orb, but a trade. It is tit for tat here this morning, Lethal.
It is indeed. Just trying to challenge for the Mega if he can, but the Mega just spawn in time still takes him down, of course. Whenever Razy only had the nail gun, Avic had the LG in hand. And even going back to that first frag, the fact that he used the orb barely before the shield was popped was massive. It's monumental in order to win out that first fight. But 90 seconds in play, 5 frags have already passed. Shield is now in the hands of Razy once again. And what's Avic going to do about this? Already trying to challenge if he can. This is the first round. That could be huge here. And great rail again from Razy to tie things up.
Did Razy, I didn't notice if he had before, but was that his rail pickup? I don't know if he had one before that, but if so, quite impressive. And here comes that aggression, picking up a little bit. Razy with the defensive rail. We have a trade yet again to tie us back up, and then a spawn together over near the RL. Razy with the shotgun quickly taking him down, takes that lead back. It's passed hands back and forth several times here, and we're only 2 minutes into this matchup. That's kind of bonkers.
9 frags in 2 minutes. It's going to be intense though. Good LG from Razy, but really about to clean him up. Yes, he does. 13 HP though, so needs to be super quick to try and recover. Just double checking where Avic's going to go, but I think it's going to be too late. Yes, it is. Avic's already managed to take him down. 6-5 already. 2.5 minutes has passed. There's actually no let-up of any signs of slowing down at this stage.
I mean, it seems like they have like unlimited power-ups or you know, champion abilities too. It's just I keep seeing shield orb, but both players with their abilities up 6-5, as you mentioned. Razy with the 1 frag lead. Things slowing down just a little bit here, but if this is any indication of the pace and momentum that we're going to see throughout these 3 games, I'm here for it. Avic setting up here for the Mega a little early there, but still getting some great positioning up the jump pad. Razy comes with the shield out. Orb does come out, not even necessary because Avic picks up the frag, no problem. And we are tied yet again, 6-6. It might as well be 0-0 right now.
Yeah, considering what we've seen so far. It was a bit debatable on the push Razy made just then. I don't know if he mistimed the Mega, because even when he jumped up with the shield on, I think he was hoping to pick up the Mega mid-fight.
Yeah.
Still had like 3 or 4 seconds left remaining when he was taken down at the time. But still though, like you said, things have slowed just a tad here as the tempo's changed a bit. But Avic's just now playing that range game, and as he should. Heavy up in the next couple of seconds. Using that shield now to see what he can do. Oh, great stuff from Razy. Even though the Heavy's been burned, does manage to get the lead. Still a huge stack to work with. Able to try and chop down Avic if he can. And makes up in the next 12 seconds. Needs to try and just continue to pin him down around that LG area. Trying to catch him off guard. Good first rail here. This is a chance now to extend it by 2. But good LG from Avic there. Doesn't take him down, but at least does a fair amount of damage as Razy picks up that next Mega.
You know, it seems to me that Razy went with a sort of, let's just say I don't want to say sloppy, I don't want to say, just I don't care what happens aggression in the first, 3 minutes of the game. But what I think I see now is a very disciplined level of aggression. He's keeping that aggression up, he's keeping the pressure on, but I think he's being real smart about his positioning, knowing when he can kind of burst in through the doorways, get that initial LG damage. There's a great example there. He does make a nice little plasma jump up to the middle area. And again, positioning is, I think, what has allowed Razy to kind of pull ahead of Avic here. He always seems to be in that perfect spot to either get a good B to LG on, land that very nice rail, and if worse comes to worse, he can pop that shield if need be. Now, in a little bit of trouble here, but has done enough damage that Avic really can't get ultra aggressive here, and maybe that's where one of the downsides of the orb is. Like, yes, you could use it sort of as a way to defensively disengage, but it's not nearly being as effective as, say, Razy's shield is to this morning.
Avic does have to, excuse me, does have to stack to work with. The problem is Razy does have the shield in hand, just a matter of when and how he's going to use it to the most effective purposes. Razy, though, that's a good initial rail to make that push for the Mega, but the problem is he is out of position, so he isn't going to be able to get it at all. Good LG, though, and the shield. Perfect timing, but Avic actually came out on top of that little engagement here. Avic still needs to try and stay alive, though. If he picks up this Heavy, that will be huge. He has done, and now needs to continue and be a real thorn on the backside of Razy here. Continuing the aggression stacks are going to be equal, though.
Yeah, 3 frags is totally doable here too, but Avic does need to be careful. A single frag, he can convert on that one, make it a 1-point game. And the orb, oh no, the orb coming out, and it is a miss. It is a huge swing and a miss. That was like he pointed for the rafters saying, this is going to be a home run. It was so far from a home run. That is absolutely the worst. Razy capitalizing on that with an LG stream that absolutely devastated Avic, and then the follow-up frag. And that's what Avic was hoping he was going to be able to achieve, but Razy pulled it off. Huge capitalization off the mistake made by Avic. And now suddenly going into our 7th minute, it goes from 7-10 to 7-13.
And this is the issue, isn't it? Especially against the clutch. When you go into the clutch with a huge stack as well, Razy can just abuse this speed boost every single time, and Avic can never predict where he's going to be and how he's going to go about things, because Not only Raze is unpredictable, oh, he actually comes in for the Mega. Maybe a little bit too early, but the orb comes out anyway, so good timing for that Mega to appear. And that little scuffle as well. 2.5 minutes though. Avic's got a lot to come back from though. Against a Clutch to try and get 5 frags, we're going to have to see how it pans out.
He really does. Razy with a very decent stack too. And Avic he's handled the shield decently in fights, but I don't feel like he's made an effort to just sort of try to get it to pop and then disengage and then go in when it's not up. Sometimes that's just a very difficult thing to do. Orb comes out to try to steal away that Mega, and unfortunately Razy getting the best of that exchange yet again, and now it's getting further and further from the realm of possibility for Avic to be able to actually bring this one back, as we're looking at 6 frags separating these two with less than 2 minutes left to go. And Razy's stack is just too much in this situation. Orb's not really going to be helping out. You've got to be landing every single one of your shots, but at the same time, Razy seems to really be on fire with just his aim overall. His damage is very, very close to what Avic has put out, but of course, with that shield and with the stacks that Razy's been holding on to, that's not surprising to see either.
No, it's not at all here, as Razy does have a stack disadvantage though. Problem is, Amit needs to find 6 frags in the next minute and 20. Almost impossible at this point, considering with the speed boost which Razy has and the shield, he can just delay things, and with the starting stack of the Clutch, it's just going to make matters even worse here. For Avic, as Mega coming up in the next few seconds, is going to try and take him down, or at least do as much damage physically possible whilst he's taking down that Mega, and actually comes out on top after that last bounce. A minute left remaining, as Avic's probably just thinking about this next map to decide how he's going to try and make this comeback, which is perfectly understandable here. But Avic put up a really good fight against the Clutch. I didn't expect the amount of frags we saw from the first 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and that was not a tempo that I think either player was going to be comfortable trying to hold on to for the duration of the match. So I'm not surprised that around that 3-minute mark they kind of disengaged for that. However, the fact that it was frag for that first 3 minutes was pretty impressive. I think ultimately, as like kind of if one champion's going to catch up to the other, it's definitely the one that's got the shield and can negate some of that damage just based off of even what we've seen dished out as well. So Razy, in the last 10 seconds, he knows he's got this. It doesn't even matter. Everyone can put down their tools of destruction and get ready for the next map, which is going to be Vale. So first map and first win does go to Razy. And there you see Clutch with arms in the air. GG 14-8 is going to be the final score for that map number 1.
I think in terms of scoreline for the first few minutes against the Clutch, that's the most crazy start I've seen so far. Normally it would be more one-sided in favour of Razy, but Avic just wasn't really too fussed about the shield at all. I think it's due to the fact that at the very beginning, when he popped his shield and still won that first engagement, he knew that he needed to go for him again and again and again to try and at least claw out some kind of lead from it. But again, Razy just doing a great job with his aggressive rails across the board. The item control was very equal. The damage dealt was also very equal between both those players. But for Avic, though, you can see it was just dwindling. The consistency was there to a certain degree, but the problem is, though, some of the stuff Razy was doing was a little bit unexpected, and I don't think Avic was prepared for some of those situations, like here, for example. Just Ferrari peeking, just double backing the tad time and time again just to go for these items. The only real mistake we saw from Razy was preemptively going for that Mega using the shield, but actually went for it at least 5-6 seconds a little bit early while trying to pick up that Mega mid-fight. But again, that was about it. It was just very clean. You could see from the damage from there, just ridiculous stuff.
And, you know, both players hitting definitely some nice shots there. A little bit more rocket damage coming out from Razy. LG and Rail were, you know, pretty comparable overall. Difference is, again, coming down to that shield. You hit a Rail with the shield up or some LG with the shield up, and it's just not going to be as effective, and goes to show the power that you can have in your hands with champion like Clutch. Still difficult to play. These guys make it look real easy, but it's not. And now we're going to shift our attention and focus over to map number 2. It's going to be Vale, and Razy's going to be on the keel. We're going to have Galena being played by Avic. I think a pretty standard map and champion matchup that we're seeing here on Vale. It's going to come down to clearing out those totems. It's going to come down to that grenade placement, and of course, all the fights over our major items, which is most Quake maps. To be honest with you, I'm not explaining anything you don't already know, but I do think that a big thing will be Avic resetting, right? And Razy taking the momentum here going into map 2, especially with the Keel pick. I quite like it here on Vale, but we're going to have to see how Avic faces off against it.
Yeah, 7 or 8 times out of 10, especially on this map, you always see a Kill versus Galena and Eisen versus Galena. People really wonder why Galena is so popular in this matchup, but it's one of very few counters you can use as a champion against anything like this, just to move them away from the pedestal, to move away from the high ground to counter, because with the Eisen and the turret, it's very, very difficult to deal with that tri-bolt corridor on that mega room. It is extremely tough indeed, and with the Kill, of course, with the pineapples, so many choke points and narrow corridors, you pretty much life in this to kill. But the Galena, the whole point of that is the fact that to move your position away from those top spots, those high advantageous angles, as you see to stop with the overstack here. But we'll see how these two juggernauts will come up going to the second map. Razy up 1-0 after that 14-8 victory on Awoken now, and already Razy coming in with the heavy straight off the bat. And one thing we've got to add as well is that Razy's been very reliant on the heavy champion pool in all 3 of his maps.
He has, and in map 1 it worked out pretty well for him. Map 2, we're going to find out about that. But again, I think it matches how Razy would prefer to play, right? Giving him a little bit of comfort, being on a beefy boy, and allowing himself the ability to be aggressive if he wants to be. So great tri-bolt coming out from up above from Avic, and Razy is going to go in and scoop up that heavy, not without taking a little bit of damage though. And I like what we're seeing here out of Avic, playing the angles quite well. He's going to get Razy down to about 34 points of health and force him out of there. Just got to remember, Razy had not, I don't believe, fired a grenade until that last moment. So one thing to be concerned about, I don't know if Razy is literally in the process of downloading all the positioning of where he thinks Avic might be, and then he will let the arsenal be unleashed. But the other thing, too, is that he is checking for those totems, which is going to be super important in this matchup as it continues to go on and on. Rocket jump up to the heavy. There the rockets, or the grenades come out. Those grenades are running a little short there, and no frags exchanged in that battle.
One thing we need to take note is that Razy has no idea on the timing of the Mega at the moment, which is why he's been quite secluded on this side of the map and just keeping tabs on the heavy here and just try and pick it up, or at least show some kind of authority here. And Avic will be contesting heavy once more, but from a different angle. You can see Avic again just prioritizing that LG, just trying to inflict even a sprinkle or a chunk of damage depending on what angle Razy is coming from here. He's been really on the back foot, needs to try and do a bit more chip if he can in order to continue this engagement. Decided to try and pretend to rotate around to the LG stairs, but backs away once again. But the Mega, though, has been picked up, still doesn't know the timing of it, and which is why he hasn't really been, that keen or overzealous on going for the Mega. Rocket jumping up from down below to try and nab it, or try and at least steal it if he can, because he has no idea on the timing right now.
Yeah, and it's not great situation for Razy. He is completely given up control of the map here to Avic, and partially that is to do with the time. Now, he knows it's got to be close, but really doesn't know as he drops down as it is about to spawn. That is going to add a little bit more time between the two, but there he's got it locked in and planted into his brain. And let's see if that's going to allow him to get a little bit of control as the heavy is picked up. Only about 6 seconds between those two. So Razy does recover from having pretty much lost control. And that's because the pace of this game has certainly slowed down a bit. Both these players looking for that initial frag to try to then capitalize and really take grasp on the control here for Vale. But Razy once again putting himself up on Mega. Will he make his way over to the heavy? Doesn't quite know it yet, but he's going to go for it. He catches Avic looking up. Don't look up, Avic. The heavy is stolen away, and now he will continue to move forward. Rails exchanged as well. Will we see the first frag, Lethal?
Completely different story from what we saw at the start of the previous one. We'd have had about at least 12 frags by now, but finally the first frag will go in the hands of Razy. I do feel like in terms of combat skills, Avic's been the favourable player in terms of aim skill, just taking out or trying to take out Razy on a number of occasions, considering him having a weaker stack. Razy, of course, has taken note of this. Now Razy has the high grounds. He has the timings of all the items here. It's just a matter of he wants to try and push up onto Avic, but of course he can't stand around forever. We will need to try and take out these totems at some stage. Nice little 42 with the last rocket there, just to push Avic away. Picks up the Mega, but now can go for both items as he sees fit. Depends on how Avic is going to approach this, if he wants to approach this, really.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like
Love
he
this.
does, and down to the bottom, direct rocket into another huge rocket splash, and now going in for the kill.
No.
The grenades coming out, the
No.
shotgun can't clean it up, and Avic coming out of that middle room lands the perfect rail. Now he's very, very low and is probably not going to be able to convert easily off of this one, but he's still going to go for it. Rockets raining down from up above, and Razy is answering back. Razy, though, incredibly hurt, throwing more rockets out near the exit. A great rocket through the grate. That one does 51 points of damage, and jumping down to the heavy, unfortunately, no, it is not there. Both players equalize just a little bit. Avic is going to boost up as he gets his totems down, and that's the one thing Razy hasn't done here in the last minute or so, is he has not been clearing totems out, but he grabs that heavy. He's going to make his way over to the Mega and try to get control of both of these major items.
I don't know how on earth. Don't get me wrong, Avic played really well in that engagement in the rocket room, but
Yeah.
he was in. There was no reason for him to win that engagement. He had the worst stack even before the battle even engaged. Razy did 190 damage before the real engagement even started, and still won that battle. That was ridiculous. It's Avic now up 2-1 in this matchup, and I said this at the very beginning, but I do feel like Avic, in terms of his combat skills, has been looking a little bit better, but we'll have to see if he can continue to do that, though.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that Razy was able to bring this back and tie it up. He definitely made a huge risky move, and it did not pay off, but then he comes right back. He's in the danger zone yet again. Oh! And he steps 1 foot into the acid, and that is going to do it right there. That takes away his second frag and puts Avic back in the lead 2-1. We've got 4 minutes left in this game, and there's still a lot of time. And both players, I mean, showing a display that's really quite interesting. Razy keeping up with that aggression and is going to tie it back up yet again, 2-2. I've seen both players play brilliantly, and I've seen both players throw out some mistakes, and either player capitalized on those, but we're still tied 2-2, Lethal, and it's anyone's game.
Razy at this point probably feels like if he wants to take an engagement, he needs to have the bare minimum double the stack in order to take down Avic. Like, even at the little engagement they had at the very top, there was, again, Avic had no right to do all that damage he did there.
Wow.
Avic still came out on top with the rail from the shoddy. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. Does recover, 3 minutes left remaining. Of course, Razy does have to stack with the heavy champion. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds, and this could be huge for Avic. This could be the curling call if he does manage to get this frag and get the heavy if he can, but Razy's not going to get it. Picks up the heavy. And Avic, look, he's just looking so solid. Just two situations where he had no right to win a certain engagement and comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big deciding factor in these battles is just Avic's LG has absolutely been on point. He's caught Razy in a couple of positions where it just, you know, here's an extra 60 damage because you just didn't react as fast as you should have. And, you know, grenades are not really becoming an equalizer in that regard. So Avic kind of being able to get a little bit of health back from some of those totems and zone a little bit. But ultimately, it's his gunplay, I think, that's put him these 2 frags ahead, making some very wise decisions as far as that is concerned. Mega is up yet again. There's a lot of time between Mega and Heavy right now. And that, I think, kind of is advantageous to Razy more than it is Avic, because he can be a little bit more patient in how he's going to attack these and really try to hold on to control. Another great rail from the mid to the top, and then look at that rocket jump up to try to find out if he can capitalize and convert off of this one. Does not see his opponent from behind the pillar, and Razy does capitalize on it, but Avic still with a 3 frag lead and 90 seconds left to go.
The little bout they had at top on Tribal, Avic hit 4 rails in a row in order to win that last frag. That was ridiculous in itself. Avic, though, just continuing to pile the pressure on if we can. He's still only got a minute 15, trying to stop Razor from getting the heavy. Gets it, but at what cost, though? The amount of damage he's done, the LG to rail combo. Razor's already called to GG, knowing that there's nothing more he can do. You know, it's not just about the aim skill, it's about how you try and finish up or clean up some of these frags. And we saw that Razor had a mammoth stack, you know, on 2 different situations. The first one, again, Avik had no right to win that in the rocket area. He won that somehow, being able to just play against the wall and try and at least be as much of a nuisance as possible so he could go for the trade afterwards, but ends up winning it anyway. The second time round was where Razor's ran the shotgun with the heavy machine gun, and Avik had the LG on Mega. And even though Avik didn't win that fight, he did at least 200 to 250 damage and said, right, well, I can just re-engage straight afterwards. Just needs to be really careful because Avik's combat skills is just ridiculous at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, 1,600 damage with the LG alone, another 1,000 with the rail, comparatively to Razy, 700 with the LG and 700 with the rail. So you could just see that it was Avik. And again, he had some great positioning on Awoken, but he really bumped it up a couple notches here on Veil. The other thing, too, that was pretty clear to me is that Razy was being very attentive to the totems in the first portion of that game. There was the one where at one point, one rocket took out all 3, and that was nice. But beyond that 5-minute mark, Avik was picking up overstack, and those totems were not necessarily getting cleared out as much. I don't know if that was because of the separation of time on the major items and how that was changing the way that these battles were taking place. But Avik played quite phenomenally, and I'm excited that we are going into map number 3, tied 1 game apiece, because the third map on Ruins is going to ultimately determine who is going to take this series.
When you have a player with this much veteran experience and at the same time strong adaptation with the aim skill he has, it shouldn't really be too much of a surprise. But Razor, yeah, you could tell on a lot of occasions just struggled to take some of these fights, and even he probably second guessed himself on a lot of occasions. Like the 4 for 4 rails you saw on that top tri-bolt was just ridiculous. I think that's when Avik knew that, you know, it's just a matter of time really before we can seal the victory on that second map. But it's going to make things 10 times more interesting now going into Ruins. Actually, just joining us here, it's now 1 apiece. That second map was 6-2 in favor of Avik, as of course Wheat pointed out respectively. The damage between him and Razy with the LG, nearly 1,000 more, 54% with the LG and 65% with the rail. Don't go on, the rail was ridiculous in itself, but the LG very, very impressive. To hit 54 even against a heavy champion is just absurd.
Yep, really impressive. 54%, 65%. And congratulations to Avik for the second map victory. But that means we're tied up 1 game apiece, and now we're going to Ruins, which again, I'm like looking at this selection screen right here, and we've got Avik on the Anarchy and Razy on the Scale Bearer. And yeah, there's been some changes recently, but you kind of look at this one, and there's just a part of me that goes, how does Anarchy even take this, right? Just because the nice rail, you cannot really fight close to your opponent. But as we saw last week in the Wenger versus Maxter matchup, Anarchy can absolutely do it. It is possible. And so I think that this is going to be the most exciting of the 3, not only because it's determined the series winner, but both players are going to have to work for this win. I think Avik maybe a little bit more, but we'll see how this will shake out.
Yeah, I don't know how good Razy is in terms of Ruins, but I know for Avik it's one of his strongest maps. But the problem is with the light versus heavy matchup, it's going to tell the tale, I think, in certain situations with the trade potential which is going to come. But it's going to be very, very tough, isn't it, like you said. But the problem is the aim skill we've seen from Avik so far, he clearly wasn't happy with the matchup he had against Nosfer back in week 5. It kind of showed. And with Nosfer just playing absolutely out of his mind. And that's when Avik realizes that, one small error of judgment or, one bad day, and it's going to cost him. We saw from that series, and he's realized that. And against Razy, if he takes his series, it's going to give him a huge amount of morale going forward into the QPL later on here. But in terms of predictions, I don't know. If it was medium versus heavy champion or slightly different champion picks, I'd have a bit of a guess to see who would be able to come out on top. But probably more in favor of Avic, in all fairness, even though I wouldn't like to say it because we know how good and how strong Razy is. But with Avic playing the Anarchy, we'll have to really see what he tries to do. He needs to play more range game, needs to try and do as much hit damage as possible. Item control, of course, to follow suit. We'll see. We'll see how things go as we're going to start off from the man's POV.
I mean, you're exactly right. We're going to see two completely different styles try to dominate the exact same arena. One who is going to be trying to get into the face of a very fast opponent. The other who is going to be trying to play as much keep away as humanly possible. Both of those things seem very easy on paper and in execution, but can become very, very difficult. So I think, again, a lot of discipline needed here by Avic. He is going to sit around the Mega, and I like this to potentially separate the two major items. That is definitely going to happen as Heavy is up but has not been grabbed yet. Avic just patiently waiting, wondering where is the other guy on this map. There is the pickup. About a 15-second delay on that one. That could have pretty large implications here on this matchup. We're going to have to see exactly how that is going to play out. Now, Avic having an idea that Razy is all up in his business, but again, firing some rockets, not committing to that, and that's exactly the mentality that Avic needs to be thinking about and playing as this Anarchy. There you go, one rail, and suddenly Avic is like, oh, I've got some work to do. I need to restack here because that hurt bad.
He certainly does, and Razy's delayed the item earlier on the Heavy on purpose just to at least establish map control early and the item dominance as well. And this is the problem that Avic is going to have. So he has to go from doing a bit of chip here and there to a lot of chip damage, because he knows that as soon as Razy tanks 1 or 2 rails, he's going to pick up a Heavy. He tanks another couple, he's going to get the Mega. It's going to be very back and forth in terms of flipping the map, in terms of item control. And it's going to be a slow approach again, as we saw from the previous map on Vale here. But does find him, on the staircase, does find him. It's just a little bit cautious just because of that bull rush. He doesn't want to get trapped in a bad spot here, especially with that T-junction on the choke point.
That's exactly right. And also looking for those moments to use the LG. Now, the inject does come out. He expected Razy to chase him down because that's kind of what Razy wants to do. There's the bull rush coming out. 1-2 hits and a quick 1-2. And that was, I feel like, the right decision, but then unfortunately, caught by surprise. And this is where it gets real nasty, right? Razy, although he might not have the speed, he definitely has the ability to get those frags and then try to convert as much as he can. Avic has to slow it back down, has to rearm, and, goes to show how difficult this is going to be, for Avic in these situations, especially because Razy is hitting those rails. Almost 60% right now, 3 of 5 hit, but those are devastating against the Anarchy.
Certainly is indeed, and you can see from the stack difference, we expected this at some stage in this matchup, but not this early on. The delay of the segregation of the timing here is still a massive delay, the biggest delay he can really ask for at the moment. And Avic's trapped. He's trapped between the tri-bolt and the TP, so it depends on if he wants to push around to rockets or rotate back around. Does he feel like he's got away? He does get away, so we'll be quite happy and quite fortunate in that mistake. But then again, it wasn't really a mistake. He knew at some point Razy is going to have to back down and drop for that Heavy anyway. But this could be another frag here for Razy. He pushes in with the full rush, and he does clean him up. It is going to be 3-0. And I do feel like at the same time, Razy needed this early lead in order to make sure that he doesn't abuse the mobility and slow this game down.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I think the thing that scares me the most is that this doesn't work unless Avic is doing that, right? He's got to be hitting his rails. He does manage to land that one, but very, very weak. He's got to be careful. The shotgun is out. It pegs a little bit of damage there, but at least Avic was able to get on the board with what I would say was definitely a very risky engagement, but it's what he needs to do. Those kind of hit and run moments where Anarchy can use the speed and just kind of flick a rail, those are going to be huge in that matchup. Here is another example. If Avic can hit that rail, it doesn't seem like he can find him. He's looking for it though, but he's also, I think, scared stiff about the potential of a bull rush. And there it is coming in, but the LG saves his life, and it is now 2-3. But gosh, look at how low Avic has been after every single one of his frags. All 2 of them.
Razy just had to hit one rail. He was railable for that entire engagement, but Avic thought to himself, he needs to take a risk at some point. If he doesn't, then he can't come back in this matchup. And sadly for Razy, he wasn't too sure if he was railable or not fully. He took the bait in the end, but the shotgun coming out for the likes of Razy. Good rail again, Avic. Once more, coming back in this matchup, was down 0-3, up 4-3, due to the risk he took being in that railable position from Mega, and Razy just not capitalizing on hitting his rails around that T-junction. Will he be able to get another one? The ball rush comes in. Will he be able to get away? He does.
Wow. I mean, we literally sat here and said, hey, Avic's got to start hitting his rails, and suddenly he goes from like a 30% to a 66% in the span of a couple minutes. And that is shown in not only the 2 frags, but this is where I think some of the danger of scale can be, because you're like, listen, this is a light champion. I should just be able to go up and breathe on them, and this should be over. But Avic using, you can't really downplay inject as well. Just when Scale thinks he's got you, boom, inject, but Razy bringing it back. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Down to 10 points of health and the Mega there to pick him up, but Razy with the tie game. He kept that LG right there between the eyes of Avic, and Avic paid for it dearly. Bull Rush coming out, and that's going to be an easy 1-2, and Razy bringing it back.
Oh, that would have been a big win for Avic there if he won that last engagement, but just not going to happen. Just following his prey there, hits the first rail. So needs to worry a little bit with the aim skill from Avic. The last LG engagement they had, I feel like Avic did about 250 to the 150 of damage, which Razy took before, but we know that Scale's a beefy boy, so it's understandable to that extent. So Avic now just trading by 2 frags, but what we've seen him do in the past on this map in particular, and Molten Falls as well, one of the best players to do it, to make a comeback on some of these larger scale maps. Here, good LG damage once again. Will Razy be able to do it? No, he does not. So Avic's still up there, misses that last rail. Both available really at this stage, and if he hit that drive-by, I would have flown off my chair.
Yeah, he really went for that one. That was just, but you miss all the shots you don't take, so there you go. 2 frags, less than 3 minutes left to go. Avic looked like he was going to bring back that momentum in his favor, and just sitting right outside that teleporter exit. I love it. There it is. Boom. Shotgun to the face, and it does pay off for him, although very, very dangerous, as Razy was down to 15 points of health. Tri-Bolt comes out, and Razy somehow dodges that as well. Meg is up, though. That's going to help him out, at least on the health side of his stack, and now getting ready for that heavy. We see the inject used as he flies by, and so Razy knows exactly where his opponent is, but also knows I'm probably not going to be able to go. But Razy actually coming out, does he realize, or Avic coming out, does he realize the heavy's up? It's not going to matter. Avic gets the frag and the heavy. Is he going to be able to convert on this one? The answer is yes. 7-8 now, 2 minutes left to go, and it's a 1 frag game.
Oh, the nails did so much damage here from that range. He hits both rails straight afterwards. Razy does pick up the Mega. Tries to go the other, does have the inject. He does use it. Will he about to take it down? Yes, he does! From that range as well to tie things up. And we thought it was over here, but look at that, the starting shotgun coming out there from Razy to try and at least trade out and get that 1 frag lead. The heavy's been up for a while, but it's fine. Avic heard the audio cue for that. Still needs to recover from that last bout. Avic just trying to back away. As if he's had to come back on this matchup, he's actually going to take the fight. Will he get the Mega? Yes, he does. 65 HP. Razy, actually, to be fair, both are on a very similar stack, but don't want to re-engage.
Yeah. I mean, it's a scary moment, right? The time's starting to tick down. A fight right in front of Mega, and you see your opponent take it. Yeah, you have to really respect what your opponent's capable. It doesn't matter if they're a light, medium, heavy champion, whatever. It doesn't matter. The whole scope and mechanics of the game change right here. Now, I do feel like Avic, with kind of a little bit of a speed advantage and potentially that inject, is going to be in a better spot here should we go to overtime. But rails can change the course of the game now. And what is Razy going to do? After eating that last rail, he's in the back room. Avic has a great idea of exactly where he's at. He's trying to set up a trap there with the Tri-Bolt, but knows that he cannot go in there. So 20 seconds left in the clock. Are they going to run it out? Is Avic going to take a risk here? I think he should wait it out, but we'll see what happens.
He's got the heavy. Like, he's trying to prioritize the kill, but trying to bait Razy out at the same time. Now he's just biding his time, letting Razy think he's gone for the heavy, but he still hasn't as of yet. He can pick up the light if he wants to, but using that as bait too, drops down for the heavy. Hasn't picked up as of yet here, but Razy, a lot of discipline there in that tri-bot room. He knew he had nowhere else to go, just waiting for the audio cue for the rotation coming out from Avik here. But hits that first rail. But if Razy knows, if he goes into that courtyard for that light, that's going to be game over for him. And Avik just continuing with this stack. Heavy up in the next 10 seconds. He's more than happy to engage this because he's going to drop for the heavy anyway. As Razy does back away, has the ball rush for insurance. He wants to back off once more. He's going up onto the stairs, but what he doesn't know is, I don't know if he has the time of the Mega yet. He may do, but the problem is he's got a while to wait here. Heavy's up already, Meg's up in the next 10 seconds, and Avik can just literally rocket jump up for this, or at least rotate around for it.
Yeah, he's got to be careful there. Railed our exchange is hit. The bull rush comes out. Oh my gosh, the inject, and we see the bull rush into the back hallways. It means that Avik knows exactly where his opponent is and has him stuck back there. 1 minute on this overtime clock. He's going to go in it with the LG, and he does it. Unbelievable. I'm having deja vu again, Lethal, because in the matchup I mentioned between Wenger and Maxer, it was Anarchy who won it 9-8. Exactly the same scenario and situation as we saw here. I'm pretty blown away. I can't wait to hear what Ketchup has to say about this, but I think, that was Avik being very patient, capitalizing right there. He got the bull rush. Like, I don't know. Ketchup, what do you think?
I just can't shake the feeling that right now Razy is thinking to himself, why did I do that? I mean, in this situation, like, there was so much going for that situation. The fact that he landed that rail, he was able to finally get some momentum on his side, considering he spent the last few minutes just constantly looking for an escape. Right before sudden death, he's looking for a way out, has to play on the scraps really that are left on the map. And then he finally actually gets the position to get a major item, and he just bull rushes straight through. Now, obviously, the do or die style was being enforced by Razy all of the 10 minutes. Like, we clearly saw that some bull rushes worked, some didn't. They were all or nothing. But the one at the last minute with what was going on there and how there was utility, he finally got himself back into the map. I feel like surely I'm not alone by thinking that last absolute dedication, especially up there too, the moment that bull rush missed and you're stuck down near the jump pad underneath, you can.
Is there a worse feeling? It's just, you're done, right? It's almost going to be next to impossible for that. And the inject came out there, and I think like as I was watching that game, it became very clear just how important, right, that is, because it almost becomes a bait in itself, right? If you can, you've almost got me low, don't bull rush at me, and then the inject comes out, and then something like that happens, and then suddenly, Anarchy looks like a 5-head god. Like, that's amazing. But really impressive series.
But we have to talk about that one situation with Avik as well. He had balls of steel to go run that rocket corridor. He was on 87 HP, and he took the fight on Mega anyway, just pretended that he had enough HP to take a rail off anyway, and took 2 of them straight away, and then Razy backed away, even though he had the stack advantage. He wasn't really 100% on the situation, backed off, and because of that, Avik went from 0-3 down and 5-3. The risks that Avik took was just ridiculous. And there was a couple of fights where it was one I pointed out when they had a little LG scuffle for Mega once again. I think Avik hit about 250 to the 150 from the likes of Razy. We know that, of course, it's the hitbox difference between the light and heavy champion, but it wasn't really just that in general. It's just been his LG and his rail all day long. His aim skill just backed up his adaptation across the board of the entire series.
I don't think it would be fair for us to 100% just be like, hey, that was just scale bearer things with every time he went in. There were definitely some moments too where, even about the 5-minute mark, where Razy just spawned, he had a rail push towards Mega, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, Razy, there's no way you're winning this fight, man. Even if he was going to take away the item, I just wasn't sure, But either way, that was a real good series. But
it was.
Potentially saving the best for last here, folks. It's Rafa head-to-head versus Kilson after the break, the final match of the day. I can't wait. I'm sure nobody else can either. So, see you in a bit. It's time for the big match, everyone. Our latest edition of Quake Pro League has Kilson going head-to-head against Rafa for our final series of the day. But I will not be calling this action alone. I will be joined by Lethal and DJ Wheat. Fellas, this for all of us, I think, is like the one rule looking at. Now, Lethal, why is that exactly?
Well, mate, you've been talking about this even before today even began, didn't you? You've been very giddy, been very excited, and of course, as you rightly mentioned, the question I'm going back to is the fact that this is for the top spot, or potentially the top spot in this table. Kilson hasn't got a single loss to his name in terms of series, but it could be time.
And I think it's really important to mention that, Rafa, who, in some cases in previous seasons has had no problem just kind of going on through whatever challenges he has in front of him. And the format has changed here in Season 3, and we are seeing the effects of that. Now, last week, Kilson 3-0'd his opponent, and Rafa went down to Dramus. Very close games. If you didn't get a chance to see it, you should definitely go check it out. So you've got the situation where Kilson is kind of like defending his honor as top dog right now, and Rafa's in the situation of like, wait a second, I shouldn't be losing to players like Dramus. No offense to Dramus. Dramus played absolutely freaking amazing. But you've got to keep that mentality, right? So there's sort of the redemption arc, Rafa, that we could see today. Either way, there's a lot of motivation on both sides to be the winner and the top dog of this. So I think it's going to come down to how level-headed the players are, what our picks and bans are. Either way, I expect this to be an explosive one, and maybe one of the most explosive matchups we've seen throughout the entirety of Season 3.
But especially for a player like Kilson, this is maybe less about leaderboard placing, which obviously is important for everyone.
True.
But more about reputation and being like considered the current number one, because all of these players will hold themselves to a high standard, but Kilson's not delusional. He knows how well he's currently been doing, and he knows that with his current record, the fact that he beat Razy 3-0 last week, if he can fight Rafa here and defeat him, then that's just going to push his entire, just how everyone sees him as a player. He's already considered one of the best, but he might be considered the current best if he's able to defeat Rafa today. There's just so much on the line that we could sit and talk about that for ages without even having a map. But they are what is most important. So on that note, we'll take a look at the picks and bans. We'll have a look at the journey. I believe it is going to be that Slash versus Nyx straight away on Blood Covenant. Intelligently removing the Athena, which is a very good idea. And then Corrupted Keep, we get to see more of that BJ. A very American pick BJ continues to be versus Strog. And then Deep Embrace with a Death Knight versus the Ranger. So looking forward to that one.
I'll pick up by saying for Kilson, it was pick your poison, really. Do I ban Veil or ban Blood Covenant? He's banned Veil because, one, I remember back last year, he banned Veil almost every single time without fail. But this time around, because obviously the fact that Rafa's also very good on Blood Covenant, Kilson's also not too shabby himself. He's also very strong there. And the Athena ban, as you've already pointed out, makes perfect sense because Athena definitely one of, if not the strongest champion on Blood Covenant, depending on if it's in the right hands. Strog versus BJ, quite a standard choice there on Corrupted Keep, and kind of Deep Embrace would be, of course, the Death Knight, which you've been waiting for Ryan for a little bit, haven't you, against the Ranger, which will be later on here. And for the first time ever, I can actually say, in terms of him losing to Dramus, I can't remember, I'll be honest, this is from the top of my head in terms of scoreline. I think in terms of just league matches alone, not including stage finals, Rafa, I think, went 77-0 until he took that first loss to an American player of all players, because now it's cross-region, everyone is playing everybody, basically. I think more people would have thought not, that there's a chance that he'll probably have that first loss, if he did have a first loss against a European player, but sadly not to be the case. So will Rafa even have a second loss in a row, so to speak? We don't know, but Kilson has been looking pretty damn strong. Yes, he did win 3-0 against Razy before, but Wheat did make a very good verdict, so he did mention earlier in terms of information, is the fact every single one of those map wins was by a single frag, so the series score doesn't really reflect what he can do here. But this should be a very, very interesting matchup. Now that the Athena's banned, it's going to give Kilson a little bit more room to breathe here against Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of one of those dream matches I think as any Quake fan would want to see, right? We've heard this phrase before. It's like we're practically getting a finals match in the middle of the season, but that's exactly what we're kind of getting here, right? We are getting a preview, a prelude to what we ultimately could be seeing at the culmination of season 3, and that in and of itself is exciting. So a lot on the line here. Yes, a lot of various angles and perceptions of motivation, everything from being number 1 to the redemption arc on Rafa's side, like so much that goes into it. At the end of the day, we're definitely the winners, regardless of who the winner of this match is. And I don't even know where to go with predictions. I'm sitting here like I'm almost scared that Ketchup might say, well, all right, what do you think? And I do not know. I think I'm going to plead the fifth as we do here in America. That means that I'm afraid to be wrong here.
Well, right before you took over from Lethal, which I was waiting for, I had a split second where I was thinking, am I going to just jump in and go, so Marcus, prediction time? But I'm so glad you mentioned it.
I'm glad I jumped in there, Ketchup. Yeah.
So on that note, both of our players, mad respect in chat. I think they're both really looking forward to this. Everyone knows how much of an epic fight this is about to be. Lethal, we'll leave you for a bit, let you recover, have a cup of tea, some honey and lemon, whatever it is, and you'll get the best seat in the house. We will see you on the other side, mate, as it'll be myself and DJ Wheat running you through this action, and the match is actually being created as we speak.
Yep.
So we're not going to have to wait that much longer.
I've been keeping an eye on the channel points, right? And it was in favor of Rafa about, let's say, like about 1 to 3. And then someone dropped like 500,000 channel points for Rafa to win. And then someone dropped like 300,000 points for Kilson to win. So there is an enormous amount on the line here for the E points here within on Twitch. But Rafa's still kind of in the lead here. That's just for map 1. We'll see how this one will play out. But I'm excited here as we kick things off on Blood Covenant. We've got the need for speed on both sides. How do you think that's going to play out for us?
I feel like it's going to be the classic Kilson positional play. He is able to, I've said this about him in the past, he's able to deal with champions and especially players that are, I think, just fast and furious. They can be ruthless with how they approach a map. But Kilson has always been this calm and collected player that can match that. If he needs to keep up with you, he can. If he needs to contain you, he's often been able to do that as well. Rafa, this mobility is not going to be as aggressive as hell. It's going to be to just give him the tools to be where he wants to be as fast as possible without the use of Athena. He wants to be able to control as much of this map as he possibly can. So, 2 world famous players, champions in their own right, some of the biggest streamers even for Quake Champions, where they stream their scrims, their tournament matches, you name it. They are some of the absolute cream of the crop, and we are treated to a potential World Finals match a few weeks into the season. Let's go.
Yep. And just to kind of dispel any potential chat remarks out there, we've got equal pings at about 10 on both sides. So this is practically a land, potentially a land final.
Wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. So we're here in the opening seconds. We didn't have too chaotic of a beginning catch-up. In fact, both players kind of taking their side of the map. Now we've got the initial rails coming out as Rafa's going to land one. And a second one as Kilson picks up that heavy. A third one will go down. Kilson answers back, but so does Rafa, and he's on the board first with that first frag.
Took a little bit of winding up to get both of their rails on track right there. And that almost sounds nitpicky considering we've only just begun, but it almost felt like if we were missing all these shots, here comes Kilson and 3 in a row. Rafa's able to take it, and actually, there's the plasma trail. Completely surrounds you, and Kilson forced to take a much riskier approach to escape. There's going to be a lot of these little mind games taking place. They trade a rocket for a rocket, but Kilson not looking too shabby and in position to take heavy. He is going to likely have the detour here at some point to get himself a rail. Speaking of which, there we go. You couldn't see that stream, but he did manage to get his nail jump up there. But it took a little bit of time, enough for Rafa to come through.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be important in this matchup. We got an LG fight on the bridge. Ghostwalk is popped in order to disengage from that battle. Rafa drops down, grabs the light. in the lower levels, gets another LG, and that was, I think, a good defensive pop of that Ghost Walk. You've got to know when to cut your losses. In that particular case, that fight was not going super well. A great, solid disengage. Rafa's still in the lead, but you can see that Rafa's definitely trying to use that mobility for just as much map control. Can he match with the rail aim and with nice rocket placement? We've still yet to see, but that's what he is going for.
And considering we've had an extremely low scoring game so far, I cannot say I'm surprised with these two players that can be as patient as they need to be, but at the same time, always an exit plan. I think the getting caught immediately out in no man's land with Kilson with that rail fight was almost uncharacteristic of him. I think that was reflected a bit with his player reaction, a little bit of like, oh, come on. But as we now start, 3 minutes on the clock, the weapons are finally built up as Rafa. He's locked and loaded. And now we go back into that classic information game. He knows that Kilson is more than likely going to have that Ghost Walk. So you got to play around it forever and always. There's one rail. There's two. Can he force it? Oh, misses the kill shot. And Rafa's still railable here until he gets some armor. Does manage to do so. An interesting exchange likely about to take place. Mega does go to him, but Kilson with the drop down catches him with that rail just to neutralize the effect. And then, whoa, reactionary Ghost Walk. Saved his skin.
And from the back, the LG damage almost catching Rafa off guard there. He does manage to go up the jump pad and escape away. And very, very meticulous play by both players. I like what you're saying about the information gathering, because we have these moments of pure chaos, and then all of a sudden it goes back, and right, it is about trying to figure out where your opponent is, what they might be at, can you hit those rails, etc. And it is unfortunate because Rafa did have a second frag potential when we saw those 3 rails earlier, that last kill rail missing, and that's where those are going to become oh so important. Ghost Walk popped again as a rocket does hit from the mid-level to the top. Rafa kind of having a good idea on where his opponent's at, but he is not going to keep on with that track so that he can grab that heavy. We've got Trail coming out. He's going to go up and try to get on top of the Mega as well. He does get there, but not before Kilson lands a rail and a second one to tie it back up. We're 1-1.
And the fact that Kilson had that Ghost Walk ready already just suggests he's been doing a fantastic job of picking up those hourglasses. It's going to be a real battle for the two of them. The utility of both abilities here on Slash and Nyx. So important on a map like this one. Now Kilson able to equalize, and actually, potentially, and then some. As there's no rocket in hand for Rafa, he has to be very, very careful here as now Kilson drops down, takes that heavy for free. But just like that, Rafa, in and out, gets a bonus rail. But what comes next? Looks like the answer is going to be Mega, as it will be Kilson once again running control of these items. And this is what I like too. Like normally Rafa, he's so famous for securing that control, and then almost no one in the world is able to take that away from him. But here comes Kilson, a player of absolutely equal same caliber. We're 1-1, 5 minutes in, and now it is Kilson, in fact, that was able to take some control. Having said that, Rafa, the heavy in hand, an aggressive push. The LG fight is rather significant, but Kilson had a little bit more to back up on that. Rocket from Rafa was delicious, but Kilson does have even more to retreat to.
A good pick up there with the Mega, and it was delicious indeed. A rocket or a rail as he jumps over from the side. Rafa getting away. No armor stack really at all to be seen. Very, very small one. It's going to give him a little bit of protection, but that's the other thing that he's got to watch out. Despite the fact that the control we discussed, another great rail from the top, is that Kilson's hitting all his shots too, and he's very scary when he's on, and that is a situation just like now. Mega comes out, puts Rafa a little bit ahead, but he's been struggling a bit with that armor stack. He does finally get a light down below, but he spent an awful lot of time on this side of the map. He's going to make his way over, see if he can't sneak in and steal away a heavy. It's going to be a tough one. He goes up for it, takes some initial damage, but does manage to grab it. Ketchup.
They both know what's on the line. There's a risky playstyle here. Wait, Rafa goes for double rails! Absolutely had to hit that second one. Excuse me. Was not able to do so. His life was on the line the second that first rail connected, and Kilson jumping on it, taking full advantage. Oh, the surprise! Rafa!
Nice.
Hello!
Nice. It is amazing how I agree with Rafa's decision to kind of spam that area, thinking like it would make sense if his opponent was coming from there. But that also gave Kilson a huge amount of information to know exactly how he might be able to get that frag, and he played it out real nicely. He's going to get another one down at the lower columns here, and that is going to make it 4-1 with 3 minutes left to go. Kilson going to find another one, and he's walking away from these things bleeding and limping, and there's a head wound, I think, but he still manages to pull off the victory in those battles, and that 4 frag lead says a lot about where we're at and where this map might possibly go.
Rafa is well aware that this is now a do or die moment. He's been able to get the first objective, force out the Ghost Walk. Oh, and at the same time, not only does Kilson escape, but he gets a bonus rail on the retreat. I mean, things just keep getting better and better for Kilson on this first map. Rafa just cannot finish him off. He's trying everything. But a map like Blood Covenant, even though this is light versus light wheat, this is a large map. And I'm a little bit concerned. You know, Rafa, he has to be ferocious, but how did Kilson survive that? How did you live?
Such an impressive display coming out of Kilson right now. He's shooting a 47% rail. That's exactly where Rafa is at too, but it's the rails in succession that are really doing the damage, and then the LG as well. 5 frags, as you mentioned, Ketchup, huge right here, and make it 6 as Rafa unfortunately just kind of putting himself out there and giving Kilson those opportunities to even make those shots in the first place. Rafa's, or Kilson saying, great, like line them up all day, I'll take them. And I'm sure Rafa's already starting to think here about map number 2, realizing that time is not going to be on his side. Kilson with a huge amount of momentum built up here on Blood Covenant. Real impressive to see, and I think he handled this game quite well.
I can't believe what I'm seeing for this first map. It was so close for so long, and then I feel like I've blinked, and these explosions have just taken place. But truly, if this isn't enough of a masterclass of Kilson's Nyx, I mean, he's already the master of Blood Covenant. He's arguably the strongest Nyx player in the world. And he's using her on a map that she works so well on if you have the patience for it. Kilson has been able to take this and just run away with it. And in a huge part, these clutch shots that he needs to hit when the chips are down. Another Ghost Walk is available. And if he doubts it, boom, there goes the Ghost Walk. He now retreats. He has mega timing in his head. Not that any of it matters at this point, because he will be taking this first map. But there are 2 more to go. And if Rafa does anything, it's just have that resolve to play it map by map. You know, this could be the only map that Kilson wins. Whatever happens, this was a thoroughly impressive showing. But he just can't kill him.
He can't. He can't. And I know that that carries a level of frustration for just about any player. I definitely feel like Rafa kind of played out those last 2 minutes more as if it was like a training exercise. But to your point, this is where... Right, you're not gonna. I do not believe that a player like Rafa is gonna come in, lose a game to Kilson, and that potentially has a tilt factor for the remaining 2 games. Right, you're coming into a game in a series with Kilson. You have to expect, like, this is a player who's absolutely capable of beating me and certainly taking a map. So in that particular situation, you know, you try to do what you need to do. Kilson played absolutely phenomenally. His damage was at 3,700. Rafa at 28. Rafa hit some nice shots, but the Ghost Walk definitely saved Kilson in several situations. And so that 9-2 victory comes out as looking, you know, pretty large. And it was, because that's going to be a great momentum shift for Kilson as he takes it into, you know, game number 2.
It's often been said about the new map pool, right? You know, Blood Covenant's been around for a very, very, very long time, predating Quake Champions, of course, but this style of map has always been one that Kilson has been better at. You know, those larger maps where there can be more spatial play, it's kind of less about constantly fighting. You know, the last season's map pool was a lot smaller. Not as in selection of maps, but the maps themselves, they were much smaller. And it was something that kind of affected Kilson, I think, a little bit. But as we now look at what's in play, Insomnia and Blood Covenant, he's already proven to be arguably the strongest player on Insomnia currently in Pro League, to the point where it's always banned. Always gets banned out. On a Blood Covenant, he's in this position able to show that he can take a map like that against Rafa, which not many people in the world can say they've done.
Yeah. Now, as we move on to map number 2, obviously Kilson taking map number 1. Map number 2 is going to be on Corrupted Keep, with Kilson playing the Strogg and Rafa playing the BJ. Now, BJ is a champion that we've seen Rafa play before. Not always a favored champion for him on Corrupted Keep, but we've been seeing more and more BJ. I believe the last time we saw... it was, no, that was Deep Embrace. Never mind, I was thinking about a different map in that particular situation. But we have obviously been seeing this a little bit more during Corrupted Keep. What do you think here in the differences between these two? Right, thinking about how aim looked for both of these players going into the second one, thinking about the pacing of Corrupted Keep, thinking about the fact that we are, railless. What are your thoughts here for the second one?
The immediate thing to take away is that Rafa, his aim has become better and better and better across all of Quake Champions. I know it's been said 1,000 times, but he was never really known as one of the best aimers, right? But it is something that he's just continued to work on throughout his career. Kilson, on the opposite end, was always known as a player that he can absolutely aim with the best of them, especially with the railgun. Obviously, on Corrupted Keep, that weapon doesn't exist. However, looking at the champions head-to-head here, Kilson loves that fast movement. Strogg's a fantastic champion on this map. I'm looking more at Rafa picking those moments. That's what BJ is all about, is picking those key moments. I'm actually going to have to go mute my microphone because I'm going to sneeze. DJ Wheat, take it away to continue Corrupted Keep. Sorry.
I know. I mean, it's absolutely it, right? I look for the opportunities to kind of catch your opponent out by surprise. The one interesting thing about the mechanics between a Strogg and a BJ, right, is that the Strogg, when Peeker comes out, is just kind of sitting there, is open bait, right? But it also means BJ dual wield can take out Peeker pretty easy. And if you catch a Strogg in a bad position, which has happened many times before on Corrupted Keep, that certainly can play into that. But we've also seen players kind of not utilize BJ the best way that they possibly could on a map like Corrupted Keep. I think look for the stature room, look for double LG a lot. We've even seen double machine gun come out in some cases, double shotty. I guess anything is pretty viable. But I think that's where how Kilson decides to play the Strogg with Peeker is going to kind of depend on how Rafa is going to play. But I could also see Rafa maybe going a little bit extra aggressive here on Corrupted Keep, which has happened before with BJ.
It's the kind of map where you have to think fast. It's all about those kind of micro decisions in the heat of the moment. On a map like this, it's especially prominent because of how quickly you can cycle around and how many important weapons and items you can pick up in such a short space of time. It's why the mobility on those medium champions can be so important, because, before you know it, you've blinked and then a shotgun and a heavy's already been picked up. Before you know it, they're already at Mega, and then who knows what happens from there. So in this kind of situation, I kind of feel like Kilson's still going to be very, very comfortable. He doesn't seem nervous. He has, in fact, come across as very confident. And, well, if we saw anything from that first map, is that he is very much on his top level at the moment. Now, Rafa, I believe, went for a restart, but he has just rejoined the lobby now. So we should be jumping into Corrupted Keep real soon. But it's been an interesting showing so far. I can't believe we had so much to talk about, and it was only map 1. There's 2 more to go, man.
To be expected, right? And this is a big map, right? Because Kilson could take the series, and we will play out every game regardless. That's how it works in the regular season. But right, if this gets tied up and we take it to the third game, which will be Deep Embrace, and that DK is going to come out versus the Ranger to possibly determine the series, equally exciting. So I think a best case scenario in this series for us, the fans, Rafa actually takes it. We go to a third and final map for a decider. But I know that there's a lot of Kilson fans out there that are like, yep, Kilson's been training for this. That he's in a good place to do this. Rafa's coming off of a pretty, a tough defeat in the previous week. This could be the opportunity. The next 10 minutes will tell us this story.
I mean, there's many reasons I've been so excited to watch this series, one of which is that the practice and how serious both of these players have been taking this season of Pro League. It's unbelievable. There have been countless consumable hours of content from both of these players, because when they're practicing, they tend to be streaming it, and those streams go on for a fair while. Against all kinds of different players. Community tournaments, they've been in 2v2 cups, they've been in other dual cups. My point is that they have been as practiced as they can possibly be, and right now we are witnessing the fruits of that labor, which is definitely some of the highest quality FPS you've ever seen. Let's now jump into Corrupted Keep as Kilson able to get an LG in hand. Caught swapping weapons just a little bit, but Rafa, first of all, I would say in a comfortable situation, but over 100 damages worth of HMG has other things to say about that.
Yeah, that was a great start for Kilson. He grabbed the heavy, every weapon that he could have wanted. He even was able to squeak his way up to that LG and then engage in a battle that he came out pretty good in. So nice start there. Even got Peeker out very early to get that on cooldown. We did not see the dual wheel come out yet from Rafa, and I'm not surprised. That didn't seem like the best case scenario for him to engage. But now we're just going to play the good old Quake dance here around the middle and expect to see that machine gun quite a bit. You can just see the chip damage that it does and how effective it can be, and we have been seeing that a little bit more in the meta, especially here on this map. 1 minute in, 0-0 to be expected. Great rocket coming out from Kilson. Is Rafa gonna advance?
The dance continues here, Marcus, as neither player wanted to push too far forward right there. An even split on both of the major items, I have to point out, as Kilson. The goal to keep that armor up is going to be important, because if Rafa scouts that you've got no more armor, that's where dual-wield LG is going to just absolutely delete. Speaking of which, here it comes. Kilson running for his life, and they will trade item for item. Now, Rafa, the dual-wield, bit of bonus damage. It allowed him to secure that heavy for free, and he is considerably healthier than Kilson now.
Yeah, hearing that sound from behind you is never a good thing. Now, Rafa making his way into the rocket launcher room, kind of past the Peeker. It does set him up for a good position. However, he has to disengage as Kilson dishes out some damage. And now they sort of share this middle area, and both players' abilities on cooldown now. LG coming out. Big shots from Rafa, putting Kilson down to about 40. And the Mega Health is going to help him bring back from that one. 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Big rocket, second big rocket, third big rocket, and air rocket to finish it off. Kilson with the first frag in such a majestic and beautiful way.
I cannot believe he found that. Now, he's likely going to drop here, but you're just looking at the stack difference alone, forced away. I was going to point out, it's the fear of the dual wield that has allowed Rafa to take so much armor at this point. I was not prepared in a million years for that fight to go in favor of Kilson. In fact, this is the 1-1. However, actually, wait a minute, Rafa does manage to take him out, but probably not going to be happy with how weak he was in the process.
Yeah, I would kind of be saying, you know, bullshit. Like, how is my dual wield not doing more damage? But Kilson had a huge amount of LG damage right there. Rafa very, very low. Kilson knows it, and the scoreline goes back to 2-2, tied up yet again. Kilson looking for a follow-up frag, gets hit with a bunch of plasma as he peeks over the side, is going to be able to grab that mega. But it seems like the pace of this game has absolutely picked up catch-up as both players kind of shifting it up in a gear. And neither player has, I think, the greatest stack that they'd like to have, but the LG and the dual LG coming out as, I don't know if you saw that, but from Peeker's point of view, Peeker turned back around, and Rafa was able to catch Kilson kind of with his pants down on that one, giving him that one frag lead yet again.
This is starting to look a lot more like the corrupted keep that we know. The exchanges, the back and forth, and Rafa, the LG, has been the tool of destruction at the moment, even without use of the dual wield. In this position now, Kilson, a good stack to work with. Again, listening out for any opportunity to get away safely. The Peeker has been more information than damage so far. Even the little last-minute scan, right, sets up a bonus little cheeky rocket, if you will. But from this position, Rafa is definitely looking to be the player that's leading the charge. You know, I think Kilson is constantly playing around Rafa so far, and that's where that mobility comes into play. The dual wield, rockets all over the place, but it actually will be Kilson that wins that exchange. able to retreat and take that Mega while Rafa trades off a heavy. The split in items continues to be non-existent whatsoever, but in this position now, taking damage any way you can. And the chase is on. Kilson, he's not satisfied yet. He wants a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, I mean, like, I'm impressed and horrified that Kilson is pushing as much pressure as he is here, but I think that goes to show his own confidence in here. As some Tri-Bolt hits and Peeker comes out, that's going to put a lot of damage on Kilson, and suddenly things change a little bit. Almost gets hit with that rocket through the wall, and more LG. It's holding on. Oh my god, he dropped. No way! No way! He somehow drops on Mega, pulls it off, and gets the frag. Rafa's still in the lead, but Kilson making the big plays.
Dude! What? Alright, so Kilson narrowly survives a rocket! Oh god, I saw that from Rafa's point of view. That just hit at the worst time. Oh, wait, I can't even think straight. So how many opportunities now has Kilson been able to just find the 1% miracle that he needs to win in these fights? The combat skill. I mean, this is the best I've seen him play in a long time. And this is a guy that just 3-0'd Razy last week. He's pushing in for a bit more. The rockets exchange and no damage in return. Really, Kilson takes another frag here and brings himself in the lead. If he 2-0s this early on, I will be shocked.
I mean, that was a sick play from Kilson, using that movement to kind of get a nice slide off and grab that Mega from an angle, and then get to a point where he was going to be much more comfortable. And we are going to oh no, the dual wheel comes out. It looks like he puts his feet down and just with confidence, but Kilson is just saying, nope, I'm like here and I'm ready to win this series. 7-4 now, Rafa, incredibly weak once again. He's down by 3. There's still a lot of time left here. This is corrupted keep. Anything can happen. But Kilson, I think, just definitely making some absolutely incredible plays here.
Rafa seemingly a little bit frustrated about his sort of lack of LG damage. It is something that I think can bother him sometimes, is that when he's not hitting the LG that he knows he can, it starts to kind of affect him throughout the course of the map. I just really hope that he can keep his head together, because we have 3 minutes left to go. This map is still winnable, but Kilson is on fire. This is momentum unlike I've ever seen from him so far, and you have to put a stop to that if you want to keep alive in this series.
You really do. 3 minutes now. Start keeping a close eye on that clock. It's going to come into play big here, and I'm curious to see if Kilson is going to change sort of his approach at all to this. He's definitely playing the waiting game here, putting himself back in the RL room. We're going to have Rafa move forward as he knows he's got to start making some moves here, getting a little bit of damage off of that LG, hitting a nice rocket. It's going to rocket jump up to the top. Unfortunately, cannot capitalize on more damage right there. And the back and forth from Kilson here, if Rafa disengages to grab that heavy, needs to try to hold on to those major items as well. Is he going to go for it? He does. Dual wheel comes out, but the rocket yet again. And Rafa cannot seal the deal on these despite the dual wheels. 8-4 now, almost at the 2-minute warning, and Kilson up by 4.
That is not the first time Kilson has had surgical rocket placement that knocks Rafa off course right as he engages a dual wield. That split second of wasted time matters so much in this situation, because that's all the time Kilson needs to continue to pile on that punishment and get massive damage. Now a perfect spawn, really, given the circumstances that he appears right near heavy, and that's going to slow things down even more so. That bonus, just regular old everyday machine gun, is going to keep Rafa down, force him to go and restack as the Mega in hand. But a minute and a half on the clock here. This is going to be one hell of a comeback that Rafa's going to make against a Kilson that is on fire. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't know if I think it's possible.
It's real tough. I mean, I do think that if any player could do it, it would probably be someone like Rafa. But even as we hit this 1-minute warning, I'm thinking I agree with you. It's going to be harder and harder. Kilson has these back hallways that he can retreat into, a bomb shelter, if you will, or a Rafa shelter. I don't know.
It's mobility versus none.
It's going to be, it's going to come down to this chase right here, and there's not a whole lot that Rafa can do.
This is the classic strong and peak maneuver when you have a lead and it's the last minute. Like, if you have no mobility, these defensive rockets are unbelievable.
Wow.
And again, Kilson secures a frag. 1-0 currently. In 30 seconds will be 2-0. Kilson has been on the grind. And with a display like this, we could be looking at a future champion later in this year.
There's so much to love about Kilson's story, how hard he has worked, the things that he went through in the last season as well. And, you know, and if you've tuned into Kilson's stream, you know how seriously he takes this game. He takes the competition, how much he wants to, you know, make his fans proud, right? And not saying that Rafa doesn't want to, but we're seeing it on display here in full force as Kilson takes the series 9-5. Now, we are going to be playing the third map, so we're still going to get to see how this one will shake out. Seeing a 3-0 here from Kilson would be pretty amazing. These have actually been, like, pretty definitively Kilson's wins, too. So the third map's going to be on Deep Embrace. But, you know, I mean, Ketchup, let me ask you a question. Right? On one level, you're kind of surprised because you just don't see Rafa lose that often. But on another level, I'm not surprised because Kilson seems to have been on this trajectory for a very long time. And I think he's kind of really starting to take flight.
It's really hard to see anything that could be considered an error throughout the course of this series. His aim has been on point. His placement of everything, whether it's weapons, whether it's himself. He's just able to, like, in that map in particular, especially early on, it came down to surgical rocket placements. Because about 2 or 3 game-changing frags that set the tide of the next few minutes to come. He won fights that I didn't even know it was possible to survive, let alone get the frag. And he found a way. That was no fluke. You know, that happened enough times to be like, that was not lucky. That was just, he entered the matrix right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those moments where you're just like, what would that game have looked like if that the little high ground runaway that Kilson did, that it looked like Rafa between every single gap in the jump was going to be able to do just enough damage to take him out, resulting in the mega pickup and then the frag. That could have been the game changer right there. But again, another sort of 5-head play coming out by Kilson. Real impressive. And now we're going to be going on to Deep Embrace. The series is over. Kilson won it. He still remains undefeated in the league. 6-0 now. Rafa is going to be still looking pretty good on results. He's going to be sitting at 5-2. But this third map, it is important, I think, right? For both sides. Kilson being able to say, listen, in the last 2 weeks, I've 3-0'd Razy and I've 3-0'd Rafa. That's pretty damn impressive, right? To be able to pin that on any Quake player's accomplishments list now, that'd be amazing. At the same time, I think Rafa wants to stop this, what he's experiencing. Probably not an area that he is used to, feeling this way. So
it has to be a very, very strange feeling, because when you're used to being almost completely undefeated and then this happens, all it goes to show is that, sky's the limit, really. There's always that no matter how tiny or minuscule, there's that small layer that can be obtained a step beyond, even if you're playing what seems to be perfect. Kilson is able to now step up here, and throughout the course of the season so far, he's just been able to bring it to everyone. He's painted a significant target on his back, but also a warning sign at the front, depending on how you look at it, because now players that are going up against him, everyone's going to maybe try and be that one that breaks his current streak. At the same time, there might be some players that are like, crap, I got to fight Kilson. He's beating everyone. So there's many layers to this week.
And to your point, Ketchup, right? Like, that's kind of the best championship we could have, is the one where no one knows who is going to walk away with it, right? I mean, the number of chat messages I've read over the course of the past couple of years, it's like, oh, it's boring when Rafa wins. It's like, we're not in that era anymore. We're in an era where there are a solid 5-6 players right now that could potentially walk away as a champion. We've still got so many weeks left to go in regular season of QPL Season 3. This is an awesome and great place to be. But let's get back to the match, as Rafa is going to take the first frag with like 2 hit points remaining. GG, but Rafa on the board first.
An aggressive refrag attempt there from Kilson, but Rafa, he was more than aware that that's what Kilson was going to try and do, so already prepared. Some good placements there to pick up a second one, kind of like a bonus freebie. But in this case, Kilson able to take himself a heavy. In 10 seconds, that Flame Strike is locked and loaded. And in particular, when Death Knight fights against Rafa, or Ranger, I guess is more accurate, saving the ability becomes really important. On either side, actually. And there's a rail! Okay. There is an interesting dance of who will use it first, me or you. Does Death Knight use it to engage, or does he wait until the orb? In this case, just in case you chase down, to shut down and actually funnel Rafa into a position where the angle is prepared. I like it.
I mean, Rafa gets the frag, but ladies and gentlemen, be on the lookout because Railson has arrived. 87% Rail right now, but Rafa not really letting. I'm sure a few BSs came out from him as those hit, but you got to know that if any player can be the Railson that we know, that's Kilson right there. So Rafa very, very low. He is going to be taken out as these two are trading frags back and forth. It's just a one frag game, 1 minute and 36 seconds in, but it's deep embrace. It's a smaller map. We're used to seeing that. I would be okay, catch up, if we continue to have this level of action throughout the remaining 8.5 minutes.
Oh, this could very well be a high score map. Not only the map itself, but just looking at the two champions. No, when it's time to use abilities here, often with the Death Knight and Ranger matchup, someone's gonna die. But in this case, Kilson sitting near the heavy, it's going to be such an important weapon to pick up. However, not having the LG is going to make these denials quite tricky. I think that's why he sat so far back with that rail angle, because even if he knows a rocket jump is coming, he can't really stop the advance without an LG to the same effect. In that case, though, does open up one. In 7 seconds, this Mega's about to appear, but still without LG ammo, it does make it very, very uncomfortable for Kilson.
Agree. Much more limited. Has a lightning gun, just nothing to shoot in it. And the rails seem to be working. And I think, right, we've seen Kilson. Hold on. We got to fight on top. Oh, my God, of heavy again. And Kilson's rails continue to connect. 76%. 10 shots hit out of 13. Orb comes out so we can get aggressive on that. But the rockets from Kilson do the job. Rafa trying to get it done, but just cannot get that last little bit. We still remain very close in the scoreline, 4-3, but the trades just continue to happen.
Another instance where the aggressive LG push came through and didn't work out. I do fear that Rafa's frustrations towards his LG today is going to really come back to haunt him. Rafa, on that note, does actually pick up an LG kill, so hopefully that does spark up that confidence just a little bit. But 4-4, Kilson fresh off spawn, lots of armor to play with. Fair old while, though, until that flame strike's ready, so he's going to have to resort to just picking up all these weapons. Has to be a little bit more careful. As now the cycling of items continues. Mega up next. Rafa wanting to push forward and get some bonus damage first. A very common tactic you see in Pro League. Items there, I know I can get it. Well, okay, we'll push forward and get some damage beforehand.
We got heavy up. Rafa waiting for it. Oh, he misses the orb. Eats a rocket and a rail. I mean, the number of times you ever see Rafa perform an unforced error in this game is so low. And we just saw it in like the most beautiful catastrophic event right there as he misses the orb. He doesn't get, and then the rocket to the rail catch up. My hands are on my head. I just can't believe it.
I hate to say it, but I do feel like we are watching a frustrated Rafa, which is not common. You know, when you play your own private games and stuff, whatever. Anything happens, it doesn't matter. But when the chips are down and you're a calm and collected player that can always perform under pressure, this situation is something that I am not used to seeing. But Kilson, what it isn't changing at all is Kilson's momentum and the fact that he is playing out of his skin. He's hitting the shots he needs to hit. He's got the control here. He's able to constantly cycle these items. All the stuff you're meant to do. And he chases it down. I mean, it kind of feels like this might be over, man. I just think Kilson's in a better position to win this set.
I think it comes down a little bit to tilt right here. I mean, 4 frags is definitely doable here on this map, but you got to just consider, like, I mean, Kilson's playing out of his damn mind. 76% rail right now. He just hit the perfect exit orb rail on Rafa for that frag.
And,
Where you going?
And then
Where you
you've
going?
got stuff like that are just, this is that moment where, we've all had it, right? You're playing an FPS and you're just like, I'm an actual literal god right now. I'm hitting everything, and that is exactly the mode that Kilson is into right now. And Rafa seemingly is trying to solve the solution by just throwing his body at it, and it's just not going to work, especially when Kilson continues to rip out these rails in such amazing fashion. Now, before it was like 3-4 frags. Now, Ketchup, that we're sitting at 8. I agree with you. Which I didn't 30 seconds ago, but now I do. There, Rafa does pick it up. Let's see if he can make something happen.
It's a nearly impossible comeback. There's about 4 minutes left to go, but you need to get 7 frags just to equalize on the understanding Coulson doesn't get any more. And man's on fire! Stop, drop, and roll!
Oh, no.
That suicide was definitely I know I'm going to go down. I just have to respawn as quickly as possible. But in this instance, I just don't think he has time. I really don't. This is something I have never seen before, Wheat. Not in Pro League. Not like this. You feel like you've seen it all, and here we are.
And Ketchup, right? There's so much happening right here. Rafa is going to get another frag there with the orb, but Rafa is still an amazing player, right? Amazing players are allowed to have not great days, and every player is going to go through those. You just don't feel right, or you're just, things aren't clicking. Your opponent just happens to be getting all of those perfect rails, and you're kind of missing. Those things happen, right? I think the difference is for such a long time, even when Rafa was having those days, he was able to kind of overcome. But we're sort of equalized in a lot of ways, right? On a map selection, on champion selection overall, and so I expect this to happen more and more. And why we're probably less likely to see an overly dominant Quake Champions player, ever again. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe it's going to be Kilson. Maybe he wants to apply for this role and he's going for it. I don't know. But right, it's just important to say these are two very incredible players, and Rafa is bringing this one back. 2 minutes is tough for 4 frags, but he's going to try to do it.
I was about to say it though. He's doing a pretty damn decent job, and he gets the rail. Okay, hang on. 3 frags in 2 minutes. Now it's definitely doable. Now, the series may be done, but if this map win if the map score can be 2-1 rather than 3-0, that is going to be much better. However, Kilson looking to maybe shut that down. Incendimus, man, got to put himself out.
Oh!
Perfect read.
A great read. And yes, like Kilson, he's still shooting a 77% rail. Rafa looking like he's going to pick up another one. He does, as they have a... kiss and tell rail battle there in the middle area. Now, less than 1 minute, 15 seconds left to go. 3 frags separate these two. Possible? Absolutely. Rafa, though, is going to need to get a frag here, I think, in the next 10, 15 seconds in order to make it up. There's 1 rail, 2 rails. He's looking for a third or clean up with the LG. He can't find the rail. He's going to go for the LG. Waits over the side. Orb comes out. LG comes, and there is the frag. 2 left, and it is all up to Rafa right now. He is going to give it everything that he has got. Every ounce of Quake power left. Every little piece of energy the chat might be able to give him. It's all got to come out right here, and drops down on top, flamed, and then shottied, and Kilson takes the frag. Unbelievable. Ketchup.
Oh my god, Death Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Being able to just see someone like that and then go Incendimus, and then all your stack is gone forever. That flick rail, insult to injury. But what this is going to result is something that I can't recall how often I've ever seen this in Quake Champions. Rafa gets a couple of bonus frags at the end, but Kilson taking it 3-0 over Rafa today in Pro League. We are seeing the beginnings of a journey for Kilson that could eventually lead to him being our new world champion. I mean, this is a thoroughly impressive showing today. Rafa is going to be, understandably, very disappointed with that. There were definitely elements to It kind of just feels like the LG. Even when it was on Keep, for example, he seemed quite frustrated about his LG. And it's not the first time I've seen him reference that sometimes when he just doesn't hit LG that he wants to. Clearly, it was not Rafa at his best. Not that I'm making excuses by any stretch. Kilson played some of the best Quake champions I've ever seen him play today. So thoroughly congratulations. I can't wait to bring Lethal back in so we can have a chit-chat about this. But holy crap, dude, that was great.
Mate, that's some bloody god-tier plays, wasn't it? Just from the start to finish. I thought, okay, the fact that it could be a 2-1's a realms of possibility, but Kilson's just an absolute machine, wasn't he? The fact that he actually put out a 3-0 was... I still find it crazy now that he had a 77 win streak before Drama stopped it, and it's like 3 years later, he's now on 2 back-to-back series losses in a row, which is like one's more than enough, but the fact that he's got 2 now just means that Rafa has to, make it. I can't believe we're saying this, but he needs to make a few changes to what he needs to do, because there were some moments where he did fall for a lot of traps which Kilson placed. We saw that on Blood Covenant, and this time round, again, Kilson's combat skills was just absolutely ridiculous. And I think there was one point which I think it was what you mentioned as well at one point, Ryan, with the fact that with how Kilson's playing right now, it's like he's always been known for his aim skill, his combat skill alone, not to be too surprised. And this is a clear example of it. When he's adapting and his aim is this good, it's extremely tough to come by. But fair play for the Rafa for the comeback we saw there during those last few minutes rather.
Couldn't quite pull it out, but my number one map from Kilson was by far that Corrupted Keep. The
73.
fact that not once, not twice, but 3 times at least, he was in a near unsurvivable position and just pulled it out of his rear to find a way into it to either get away with his life or, in a lot of the cases, secure the frag and continue. That has to put a mental toll on anyone that's on the receiving end of that. And this is Kilson, in my opinion, at his absolute best.
Yeah, 73%, 2,700 damage coming just from that rail. Like, it was super nasty. And there's one thing that's certain, right? I think that a universal truth we can say, because chat's never going to agree with who's the best player, and that's great, right? There's always going to be discord that's going on there. But one universal truth I think we can all agree with is that it has been absolutely magical to see both regions going up against one another here in the regular season to, in my opinion, tell a much more exciting story as we get further and further along and head towards the championship, right? One loss here for Rafa does not change what could happen at the end. Several great wins by Kilson doesn't necessarily change, right? But the ebb and flow of what we've seen so far in Season 3 is already shaping up for us to say, what an incredible championship we could have here at the end of it all. So, journey before destination, even though destination looks like it's going to be real badass. I'm tickled every week. We've been seeing some awesome matches.
And we've been blessed with good games today. Unfortunately, to be the bearer of bad news, that was our last game for today's show. But what a journey it's been, and we are well on the way within this latest season of Quake Pro League. More weeks to come. Just tune in, Quake, get involved in social media. Quake Champions and Quake's official Twitter posts all updates, not just for Quake Champions, but obviously the recent remaster of Quake that came out. All the new content there is pretty nice, but there's loads of updates to do with Pro League and its current schedule, all the players, the challenger activity that happens with the community streams that you can catch every other week, essentially. Everything can be found there with the hashtag Quake Pro League. But that will be goodbye for now. My name is Ketchup, joined by Lethal and DJ Week. Congratulations to all of our winners today. Shout outs to id, Bethesda, all of the hard-working production teams behind the scenes that make all of this go around. A lot of moving pieces in this puzzle. We'll see you same time, same place next week. Thank you and good night.